commercial success is objectively not as good as Rob Wing.
My on-screen career was only 3 years long, so I think Rob Schneider beat me in the long game.
Yeah, but I think you have more quality on-screen time than Rob Schneider does.
Well, I've definitely been involved in less.
And you also have never starred in any Gigolo movies, which is, to my knowledge,
to his knowledge.
No, but
which immediately puts you way ahead.
I have functioned as a real-life Gigolo at short intervals in my life, so I don't.
Whoa!
I understand that. And that's acceptable. I'm not going to shame you for your sex work, Rob.
I think we can all agree that at the very least in the last 10 years, I do believe Rob has officially booked more gigs than Rob Schneider, though.
Okay, that's
true.
Fair. That's fair. I don't know if you can hear Edwin yelling in the background.
I can. I heard a little.
He's very upset that no one will give him food right now.
Oh, is it dinner time?
Lapdogs, all of you.
All of you, feed me.
Yeah, naming him that was a huge mistake. I should have named him like Thrall or something, so he just fuck off quietly. But he's just Edwin Van Cleef,
He just wants him and his fucking union to get paid. Fucking grubby nobles.
Well, look, I as the nobles in this situation, I can appreciate his position, but I also don't care, right? Because he's poor and I'm not. So
he is a cat. He does not make any income.
You say in your DM voice.
Yes. Your check is. Yep, that is a cat, and he does not have any income.
All you need to do is start an Instagram for him, and you can change that real quick.
I mean, look.
Do I have a DM voice? Is that true?
No, you used that. You said that specifically in your DM voice.
That was your ESPN the Ocho voice.
It is true. You said it the exact thing. It is true. You can insight here. You said it that.
You can insight the cat. Yes.
This cat generates no income. That is correct.
Let's see how it works out for him.
Yeah, Kashaba, rolls insight on Edwin, please.
I refuse. I don't want to know what he's thinking.
He has no weaknesses.
Well, obviously. Well, he has no teeth, so now his new thing is it feels nice when he gums on my fingers. So
that is a strength.
Oh, that is not a good thing to let him do. Because when the teeth come in, he's gonna remember what it was like to bite you without him.
No, he's not. His teeth aren't coming in. We had to remove his teeth because he had
those don't regenerate.
Oh, is he old? I thought he was a kitten.
No, he's a kitten, but him and the special needs cat both had I forget the name of it.
It's
basically
stomatitis, isn't it?
Yeah, stomatitis.
Yeah.
So their teeth are just gone. I mean, Al still has a few, but Edwin just has no teeth, and so he just comes up to me and gums on my fingers, then his eyes go all.
Yeah, the weird thing about cats is that they don't really need to chew, so you can just keep feeding them crunchy food even though they have no teeth, and they'll just gulp it down.
Well, he has to. That's the other problem too. He got the one too of after his teeth came out, we basically realized he has a special diet he needs to be on of something that doesn't fuck up his wiener. So that he can pee. So he's toothless and has to be on wet food, and it's the most demanding diva in the world about it.
I want Christina's stream to be going while we talk about cat wieners.
It is.
Hi, stream.
Cat wieners.
Yeah, anyway,
double
so that we can move
subscribers.
on. Both of them are fine, but Edwin's just a menace and has been a menace since the first day we met him. And because he was a menace, Kayla was I want him. And there was no, every other cat we've had conversations about, we were yeah, do we want to adopt this cat? Literally, we walked in and Kayla was just mine. This is mine. I'm are we getting another cat?
Allie decided that we were going to get Mac because all these cats at the rescue place were just kind of sitting there looking cute. They were all great. They were all lap cats. And Mac was the one that had both arms stretched through the cage, trying to get this little felt cherry that had fallen and was just packed full of mischief from the very start. And she was I want that one. We already had sufficient cats.
Yeah.
I lost the argument immediately because he was amazing.
Yeah, respect that. Great way to decide a cat. Also, Kayla, can we feed Edwin at some point?
Meow.
Should I get up and just feed Edwin?
Meow.
Yeah, just feed him. Just feed him, Rob.
Yeah, just feed him.
Apparently he was just fed. That's what I'm hearing.
Feed him again.
Feed him again.
He's just being a diva.
He deserves the love. He deserves the food. Just go feed him.
Oh, okay.
He was in the little hallway area just flopping around oh, I'm starving.
Yeah, he's as melodramatic as I am. It's really kind of impressive.
I was about to say, I do that, and it does not work for me.
But what about second dinner?
Nick, you're small, but you're not like small and as fuzzy as he is. So
Nor am I as cute. You can say it. That's all right.
yeah, you're close. It's close.
Okay, I respect it.
All right, D&D.
D&D. Meanwhile, in Arctis, let me pop out my chat log here. All right. Well, last session, after defeating the horrors that were lingered within Eris Lunesti's Thieves Guild, you all decided to take a look around the Thieves Guild and discover what you possibly could about the remains and whatever still lingered inside. After a thorough search and discovering some secret passages that you were not aware of before, you managed to find a secret passage into a jail cell, revealing a very confused Knoll, who seemed like he really wanted out more than anything else in the world. And after a brief conversation with the Knoll, you discovered that the assassins had rounded up all of the other members of the Thieves Guild and had placed them in the jail, including the guards that were lingering outside the Thieves Guild as well. So, since you found everybody in the jail cell and removed the guards from the bad guards, not the good ones, removed the bad guards that were guarding the rest of the thieves, you had a conversation with some of the shopkeepers there, including one of your favorites, Erdred, the Goliath meat vendor. And she had told you that the assassins had wanted Eris Lunesti alive. I hear some ahhing from Ikashima.
This situation is fluid.
Meow. After, excuse me, hold on. GM's nose is slightly running. I have minor cat allergies today. After deciding that you wanted to meet up with the Sleethoof Centaurs and try and scout out where the assassins took Eris, you all hopped on Rain's Spirit Elk and left Borealis, heading after the Sleethoofs. And you discovered them a little bit southwest of Borealis, investigating the remains of a discarded sled. The sled had belonged to the assassins, and you had found a slip of paper inside that seemed to insinuate where the assassins were keeping a permanent camp. Or excuse me, a semi-permanent camp. Ajax had immediately recognized this as the Aurora Basin, and told Poro that he would lead you here in order to find Eris. When you arrived at the Aurora camp, you had found yourself on a shelf about 20 feet high, overlooking the base camp. And from your perch up on the cliff, where Akashaba and Flick still stand, you could see pretty much the entirety of the camp. But Eris Lunesti himself was nowhere to be found. You might have to search the tents later. After a quick diversion and gathering up the some of the assassins with a quick illusion and then dropping a fireball on their heads, the camp erupted into battle. And soon, a vampiric spellcaster had joined the fray, attempting to cloud the field of battle with fog.
Edwin.
You have dispatched a significant amount of the assassins, trapping one in a charm spell with Flix's hypnotic pattern, and the other on the precipice of death, after Saethius had also unleashed a massive thunderclap that reverberated throughout the Aurora Basin. We don't quite know what the ramifications are from the thunderclap quite yet, but you do still know that one goblin still remains on his feet, and eyes rain with evil intent. And that is where we will start today by continuing.
Rain definitely is not full health, and she was not full health when I logged in.
I
don't know why she healed.
I don't know why she healed either. I have not poked Rain.
It could be your connection to D&D Beyond if you have that sheet open as well.
That could possibly be it.
That happened to me last session.
Because if you're not updating D&D Beyond and you're just updating in the client, you should keep the D&D Beyond closed because it'll try and sync with D&D Beyond.
That's weird. That's the only thing that it synced with D&D Beyond, but
Yeah, it doesn't do the spell slots or anything like that for some reason.
that's so bizarre.
Well, that's
Okay.
probably because you cast all your spells through the VTT, right? But you were tracking your health through the VTT and not D&D Beyond. So D&D Beyond assumes that you have, full spell slots and full hit points? But
Right,
your spell
but, like-
slots didn't get updated?
But nothing else is updated. It's just hit points.
That's fine. Why don't I just look at the previous VOD real quick and get an idea of how many hit points you had if you don't remember?
I think I had about a third of her hit points, so I can just drop like minus 40.
Christina, are you
Fine.
offering to go to the tape?
I mean, we can go to the replay.
I'm cool taking 40 hit points. I think that's actually a little bit lower looking at it, but it's
I
fine.
actually think that's significantly lower. I'm actually going to go to the tape because I feel like this is kind of important. And
I
this will only
appreciate,
take me a second.
Quality.
It
This
looks
is
like
good.
some of us got dropped from the initiative queue too.
Yeah, I see that.
Actually,
That can also be fixed very quickly. Ba-ba-ba-da.
after how much damage Akash was taking, he dropped himself from the initiative queue. He's just trying to lie prone and just hope nobody notices.
You're still
him.
there with your 2.09.
Right.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Akash had already dropped himself from the initiative queue effectively.
Yeah, he just wants to be left alone.
Give me
Fire magic doesn't work against rogues.
Please go away.
All right, so from the snapshot
that,
of
coach.
combat. Wow, it's like I have all of this recorded.
Ermagerd.
Just for this.
How could this happen to me? All right, so Flix is not on the initiative order. I will fix that. Ignore this, Flix. I'm just getting everything set back up. Flix had a 12.16 for his initiative. So I will fix that.
After review of the replay, penalty does not stand.
Pass
Rain,
interference
Still
against
first
Rain.
down.
20-yard penalty, or repeat the down.
repeat the down. Rain had an initiative of 7. So I
About
actually, I rolled probably a little similar. Stop. All right, Akashabuz was 2, very solid. Scythius with an 18. All right, that's looking good. Rain's hit points at the very end of the session was 26. You were
Not
close.
too far off.
You were close. Ah, that's 66. All right.
There you go.
Are you? Did you fix yourself?
Yep.
Okay, nice. Because I think I fixed you at the same time. All right,
We are fixed either way.
we're fixed. Very good. We were at the top of the round, round 4.
Oh, we're missing the charmed goblin guy.
No, he's on the
yeah,
initiative
because
track?
it should be full health because there's one with partial health.
Yep. Yeah,
This
the
gentleman.
full health charm guy was after the vampire, before me.
But he's still
Easy.
in cap.
Perfect.
Oh, he's super in cap.
He's on our side.
Oh, he's not on our side. That would be even better than in cap. But you know,
Is he having
I'll
a
do what I
dance
can.
party over there? Is that what he's doing?
He is looking at the pretty lights that only he can see now.
The dancing
so a disco
lights are.
dance party.
Yeah, they're in his
He's
head
like
right now.
he's like that person that's on the edge of the dance party. Maybe they're leaning against the giant speaker, or they're like leaning against the wall, holding a water bottle with their head down. They're that part of the rave.
He really wants to be on the dance floor, but he can't work up the courage.
Maybe he thinks he's on the dance floor and he isn't.
The vampire woman strides through the snow, and from her, the V in her cloak, she dips her hand down her shirt, and produces a small white handkerchief, and she waves it about. Is she calling for parley? She cannot hear anything, as most people are deafened. But she is waving around her white kerchief.
If you say so.
The assassin in the back is still charmed, mouth agape, staring at nothing. Saithius, you're up. You see the vampire woman come around the corner and kind of coyly wag a white handkerchief in your direction.
Yeah, Sai's rubbing sand out of his eyes from the previous assassin last round, and he doesn't really register that she's waving anything at him. And really, he's taking stock of the battlefield and seeing like, oh shit, Rain's in trouble. So he steps forward, and he's going to well, the warding wind's going to follow him, and that's going to double deafen this little guy right here, so he doesn't quite see Saithius coming up behind him.
Okay.
And we shall
double deafen. All right. He cannot hear out of both ears.
Getting buffeted by the wind, and does a 21 hit?
21 hits.
All right, we're going to do some damage. For 17 damage.
All right, 17.
And then we're going to do an extra attack and try it again.
26 hits.
Get him.
For an extra 10.
Do you know why you're rolling with triple advantage?
The Elven accuracy. It allows you to re-roll one of the dice when you have advantage.
Yeah, Elven advantage is
That's pretty poggers. All right. Saithius, your next blow will kill this goblin. What do you do?
So he stepped forward and was completely unheard by this goblin, and with one slice across his neck, followed by a second aided by the whirling winds, red jet sprays out into the wind and momentarily forms a blood tornado as the goblin's body crumples down in front of Rain.
I love this image of Sai like cutting down this goblin and it being like starting a blender with the top off and just being like
Go! His body parts swirl around you.
What's going on? I think we took care of all of them except that dude over there. Should I take him out? He's saying telepathically to everybody.
Flix, you're up. You're deafened. You're prone.
Oh, I want to do a bonus action.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to actually wild shape into a tiger.
Okay. I will tigerfy you.
Oh, you're gonna do it? Cool.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Thank you.
Oh, wrong. Oh, I clicked it. All right, so you're going to become tiger. Very good.
Still with warding winds around me. And we're going to choose to keep the amulet in its actual form.
Okay.
Tied via the bandages around the tiger's head.
Okay, sounds good.
And then, oh, there's a vampire over there. Again, telepathically. 1, 2.
That is difficult terrain.
Got it.
Everything that's green is difficult terrain.
So that should have been 1, 2, 4. 20 feet as difficult.
Okay.
Therefore, I should be there, and that should be the end of his turn. He's not looking aggressively at the vampire, but still posturing defensively. And then we're going to insight.
Ooh, what would you like to know?
Is she actually trying to be friendly to us?
One moment. That is a contested roll.
Okay.
No, my module thing is still broken. She is. She seems to be sincere.
I don't think she's our enemy. And that's his turn.
Flix, you're up. You are prone. You are deafened.
Well, at the very least, she seems to be surrendering. Why don't you all treat with her, and I'm going to sneak off and see if I can find and free Eris. Sound good?
Sure.
You see Ajax is also in the middle of doing that. He's searching through the tents.
Yeah, but Ajax can't sneak to save his life.
Oh no, he's being very obvious about it. He's going around and like lifting up the bottom of the tent and stabbing anything that doesn't look like Eris.
Excuse you, Ajax is actually very good at stealth.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he fucking is.
Oh, well, he wasn't back when we were adventuring together.
He actually was. He was better than Flix most days.
That was only because I can't roll higher than a 2 on my stealth, not because Ajax had a higher score. But that's irrelevant, because that is what Flix says, and I'm going to maintain... You just healed the full again for some reason. You should just stop opening Beyond.
I didn't even open up that character sheet. I'm just looking at D&D Beyond in the background.
Oh, so you could look at Ajax to see how his stealth is.
I was actually looking up a spell, but yes.
Okay, but yeah, so I'm going to use a bonus action to hide, or to stealth, so that she does not notice me if she did notice me before.
All right, Flix, considering that you are 20 feet up, I will allow you to make this with advantage.
Ooh.
Also, you're small and the snow is deep. You just kind of have to roll around and you're just going to sink into the snow. You roll a 24. And you
Perfect.
sufficiently hide yourself in the snow.
Yep, so 5, 10... Now, this goblin was heading this way looking for Eris, so I'm going... This is as far as I can get. Can I roll a perception check to see if there are any tents that seem likely to hold a captive?
Go ahead.
Have like some sort of latch on the flap or any kind of clues like that.
Sure.
Nope. 10.
At first glance, none of the tents, at least from your angle, seem outwardly marked. And Flix, does that end your round?
Yes it does.
Rain, you're up.
Is our friend here looking at the lights? He's good. We're good. We don't need to worry about him for right now.
What
Flix?
friend? I can't see.
Unless something dire happens to me, yes.
Okay. Well, shout or something. Let's see.
That warding wind should be on me
I'll
still,
move
so
it.
if you need that for anything, Rain.
There you go. Boop.
Thank you.
Rain is actually going to move here so she can see between the yurts.
Sure.
And
From
she's-
between the yurts, you see the carcass of a skinned reindeer and the flickering, dying flames of a fire.
And I'm just going to actually, because otherwise I don't want to go the same route that... Sai's going, so actually just Misty Step. Between the yurts.
All right, where you can you ping where you'd like to go?
5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah, she'll go right here. Boop.
Ping? Okay. You misty step through the yurts and appear behind the vampire.
So it's 10 feet of movement, 15, 20. So she can, she will approach you here.
Okay. She, the woman seems to glance over her shoulder as you approach. She's deafened and she taps the side of her face to indicate that she cannot hear you.
I mean, I can't really fix that.
Oh, Rain, I believe you have mirror images up, correct, or do you not?
Rain does not have mirror image up.
Okay. You do notice that the vampire woman does appear to have a mirror image spell active on her, as her form is shifting and appears blurry and doubled.
Rain will kind of point it out. Like, point at the different versions of her that, like, apparate and disapparate. And then just, like, kind of, like, hold up an X with her arms.
Okay.
As, like, trying to indicate, like, let down your mirror image if you want to, like, actually parlay.
Okay.
Performance check or something to convey that if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Very easy DC. Okay. You convey this to her, and she glances back over at the tiger staring her down. And she nods.
And Rain will shield her, sheath her sword as well.
And you notice the mirror images dissipate as her form becomes clearer and more sharp against the snow.
Rain nods.
Rain, does that end your round?
You know what? Rain's gonna go ahead and insight check her while we're have the opportunity.
That is not high enough to discern any information from her.
Okay, that's it.
Akashiba, you're up. You are 20 feet up on the cliff. You are deafened. You are prone.
Did anybody, like, telepathically communicate that, like, he's trying to parlay, or because Akash was, like, basically face out of the snow?
Yes, I indicated that that's what he was reading. And telepathically.
Okay. Akashba is going to stand up, which is half his movement, and he is going to move out of this. So he stands up, he has 40 movement speed, so this takes 20. And then does leaving difficult terrain, like, I assume this counts as, like, instead of 5 feet, this would be 10 feet of movement to go this way.
Okay.
Okay.
That is not going through difficult terrain, so this will be normal movement here. Sorry, I was,
Okay.
My sandwich just arrived.
Once he's out, Akashba's going to insight check Vampire Lady. Nope. And Akashba's going to move to last of his movement speed. And he is going to telepathically ask, is it just her and Charmed Goblin, or are there others around? He just kind of, like, asks telepathically.
I see another skeleton, like, more than 100 feet away south, but he's not doing anything.
Alright, Akashba is going to drink a greater healing potion.
There are a lot of tents, though. We have to presume that there are others that have not emerged yet.
Alright, you regain 14 hit points as you quaff the strawberry-flavored potion.
Okay, Akashba telepathically says, I am making my way over. And that's going to end his turn.
Is there a duration on that deafened effect, Scythius?
1 minute since I cast it, which was 2 rounds ago.
2 rounds ago? Okay.
1.5.
8 more rounds of deafening. The vampire lady appears to place her wrists together and offer them to Rain, as if she is offering up herself as prisoner.
Sorry, say it more time. I just got back. I had to grab Freya.
No, all good. The vampire lady just began her turn, and she places her wrists together and extends them towards you, offering herself as a prisoner.
Okay.
The assassin is still charmed. Beautiful, beautiful lights.
I think there are 6 more rounds of charm. I think.
So the charm and the deafen will, like, kind of go down and on similar times, like 1 round after each. Scythius, you're up. You are a tiger. You are deafened. You are concentrating on the wind. The wording wind.
Yes. Yeah, he sees Rain has this under control. He's going to step forward. 10, 20, 25, 30, Squeeze past Rain. 40. And so that's his first movement. He's going to try and sniff and see if he can smell anything that is akin to the blood that he licked up from Eris's room.
Okay, go ahead.
Investigation? Or
Investigation, please.
would it be at advantage because of the tiger ability for anything with...
Do tigers get advantage on checks related to smell?
They do.
Go bananas. Ooh, fa. Wow!
6.
A 6 and a 3. Sai, you press your nose to the snow, and aside from the snow, making it more difficult to track things, really the only pervasive smell you smell is the burning wood in the fire, and the strong smell of blood from the carved-up reindeer directly to the south. And in fact, there's a significant amount of blood, as it appears to have been dragged a long distance.
Everything smells like blood. And then he's going to dash. Can I see into the tent at all?
You can. Inside the tent, there appears to be a very basic kind of accoutrements. There appear to be a cot, and it has some sort of thick cover on it. There are some blankets laid out on the floor, a table and a chair. A notebook lies upon the table, and there's a candle on it as well that is currently not lit. There are a couple of crates and barrels also inside, but no other beings.
Okay. He's going to turn away from the entrance then and try to incite the skeleton guy to the south. He is trying to tell, is this guy going to be posturing aggressively, or is he just kind of chilling out neutral?
He has noticed that the vampire has given up appropriately and is kind of wary and waiting.
Okay. I'm gonna step 5 feet towards him and just kind of like bare my teeth, but not growl or be too aggressive, and that's gonna be the end of his turn.
Okay. Flix, you're up. You're prone. Wait, no, you're not prone?
Oh yeah, sorry, prone should have been removed.
All right, remove your prone, please.
Oh, and sorry, the wind continues to follow me.
Oh, let me fix that.
Yay. And actually, I forgot about prone, which means that I should be 10, 15 feet back. Okay. All right. Yep, same deal.
Flix, you just made yourself giant prone. Hold on.
What?
Okay, I fixed it.
What the hell? It was showing. I was not showing prone on my side of the screen.
Super weird.
Let's see. And dash.
Oh god, sorry.
Actually, technically, I have 10 more movement than that. Gonna try a perception check here. I'm looking for a tent that has a set of footprints leading to and away from it, as though it's more trafficked than any of the others. Still looking for the prisoner tent, basically.
Make me an investigation check, please.
Well,
Visibility is low because of the snow, Flix. Unfortunately, just due to the pressure of the situation, it might be difficult to find.
Okay, I will flip open this the flap on this tent. Anyone in here?
The yurt is empty.
Okay. Let's see. And I've got 40 feet of movement left, so I'm going to try these tents down here. And this is as far as I can get. I haven't found him yet. How are things going over there? And that will end my turn.
All right. Rain, you're up.
5 rounds left on Goblin.
Sai or Koshba, I don't know if either of you have anything left, but I'm really hurt, and I would love to hurt a little bit less if we're going to be posturing with this vampire. You know, if you got anything.
Hey, I can try when I make it over there.
That's all I can ask.
I'll come to your aid if anything harms you.
Perfect. Rain will use prestidigitation. And just like kind of do like the little like skyrite glow pen type things, like the fireworks you get over the 4th of July, and you like draw stuff with the smoke and the sparkles in the night. She's just going to basically use prestidigitation to do kind of that effect, and spell out who sent you to who are you and who sent you to the vampire.
She looks around, and she mimics the same thing and prestidigitates.
I mean, she can talk, right?
She can.
Okay,
She doesn't know if you're deafened or not.
Oh, Rain will indicate that she can hear.
Oh. She blinks.
I mean, she can also, you know, that's fine if she wants to burn actions, you know, we'll take that, but,
I am Callista Vicadus, she says. I've come to retrieve Eris Lunesti.
Okay. Technically, prestidigitation is Rain's action, so she can't really respond.
She takes a step forward towards you. Please, She gestures to her tent. Perhaps we can speak inside. You and your friends. Perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Rain kind of like steps to the side in like a after you motion.
She walks past you.
Rain's gonna take also the opportunity though to get another insight check on her.
Okay.
Nope.
She walks across the snow, her footsteps not even falling into the snow, leaving no trace of her passage.
I don't like this.
And she walks to the fur that's laid out upon the ground. And she sits, unbothered
Right.
by the cold.
Rain can keep pace.
Rain, do you do anything else with your round as you escort the vampire to her fur?
Rain will point to this guy, like point at him and gesture for him to come over. You there, come. Keep your hands where we can see them. Drop your component pouch on the furs, please.
He tosses his pouch upon the furs.
Christina, quick question for you. So from like the NPC perspective, obviously like we generally have to use an action to insight to like understand someone's condition. Like is that something that's also passively going on in the background from like them to us, like specific use case? Like can they tell Rain's pretty beat up?
Yes, especially a vampire can. In fact,
Yeah,
it might make
that's what I
her
figured. I just wanted to
more
make sure.
hungry.
Cool.
Considering that you all seem to have this situation under control, I am going to drop combat. And if you wish to take a hostile action, or if anybody else takes a hostile action, we will begin combat again. But for now, we will consider this resolved.
I'm gonna check the rest of the tents.
And we're gonna consider my music playlist completely frozen. Bruh.
As am I.
Just like the weather.
Yeah,
I think it's all of it.
West
Oh,
End
I
style
think
and the
everybody
Eastern
got
tent.
lagged.
It's fine for me.
There we go. Sorry about that.
There we go.
Head west then, Sai. I'll check the ones on the east.
Got it.
Don't start any fights if you can avoid it,
I'll do my best.
Akashba's going to chug his 2 remaining potions before
Slam 'em.
entering the tent.
They're just chilling outside. They're not in a tent.
Akashba, you regain 9 hit points.
Well, that's officially, I am a potionless bear. Alright, so 15 total.
The vampire woman seems to, excuse me, I already said her name. And Callista sits on the furs in front of the fire and waits while you all seem to inspect the tents. She gestures vaguely to the south. You'll find the Lunesti boy in one of the southern tents. She points over here.
Rain will communicate that via telepathy. Sai, Flix, Ajax, he's in one of the southern tents.
Oh, I'm at the southern tent.
I'm just about there. Yeah, I'll just check these tents in turn, Christina. Southeast, south.
Sai is currently in front of the tent that she gestured to. And as you push aside the thick hide flap, you see, bound to the center pole that's keeping the yurt aloft, appears to be Eris. A little bit worse for the wear. He is sporting a blackened eye and various wounds on his body. He is bound with his hands behind his back, his eyes covered, and his mouth bound. I was like, gagged? I was like, bound
Gagged,
mouth,
yeah.
gagged.
There's another vampire, or undead, or something. I can't tell. Flix, you should get over here.
That's Eris. Don't do anything stupid, Sai.
I'm backing away.
While this is going on, Akashba, just gently puts a hand on your shoulder and you heal for 14.
Oh, dang. Thanks.
Yeah.
The wind is still around Sai, but he's standing back so it doesn't blow in the tent that Eris is in.
So this is the Eris tent?
No, further
Where
south.
Sai is.
south.
Oh, I can't see where Sai is because of the way stuff is laid up.
He's further south of you.
Okay,
Southwest
there
of you.
we go.
And
Yeah,
Christina, I'm assuming all the other tents had no living or moving things in them.
That is correct. Actually, no, one had a sleeping goblin in it.
Oh, which one was that?
This one here.
He would. There's also a sleeping goblin, but he doesn't seem like he's aggressive yet. I'll keep an eye on that tent.
Akash was going to reply sharply in telepathy. Not all goblins are aggressive. You could just be, hanging out.
Context matters, Akashba.
Rain is going to reiterate her previous question with Callista of who sent her.
She nods and looks at you. My house sent me. House Vicadus.
Christina, I'm going to sneak into this tent, actually, and try to avoid being seen. That way she doesn't know that I'm here if she was not already aware of it. And,
Make me a stealth check, please.
do I have advantage because they're distracted?
No. She's
Or
looking in
because
your
of
general...
falling snow and what have you?
No, she's looking in your general direction.
Well, it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
I guess you crit, so that's fine.
I'm very noisy and very large as a distraction.
That is true. You are a very big tiger. Flix,
Yeah,
what are you doing down here?
Oh, I slip into the tent that Eris is in. If there's no guards inside, after the flap, or I slip beneath the flap super stealthily. Oh. And I'll zip over, I'll point to my ears and shake my head, frowning.
Eris can't see anything. His eyes are
yeah.
bound. Covered.
I will whisper to Eris, Eris, I've been deafened by the thunderclap you doubtless heard earlier. This is Flix. I'm cutting you free. It seems as though the vampire that was sent here to abduct you has surrendered to us.
There's a small nod from Eris.
My ears are ringing, so I suspect my hearing should be back soon. I'll let you know. Ajax is here, along with Rain, Akashaba, and a new employee. Saithius. He's currently a target.
Eris wiggles against his bonds.
No, I mean I cut him free. I cut him free, like, as I'm apprising him of the situation.
He stands up and he looks pretty beat up. Like most of his winter clothes are gone. He's wearing what is akin to a shift for a top and some thin leather pants with his boots. He does not seem to be caring that much about the cold, but it does show the extent of his wounds. He definitely has looked like he got in a tussle with something and lost. You also noticed around the top of his shirt, there is a significant amount of blood.
As though he's been fed on?
No, as if he had done the feeding. Or had bit something.
Gotcha. Okay, I mean, he is what he is. That makes sense. Do you know where they're holding your equipment?
He shakes his head no.
Alright, I'll see if I can find it. Until then, I will expect this back. I hand him my rapier.
He takes it.
Right now we're not fighting, but should the need arise, better that you can defend yourself,
He nods at you.
Alright. And then, how tightly are the flaps of these tents to the snow? Can I, wriggle out the back and, burrow up into the snow and start looking for his stuff?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can squeeze underneath them.
Okay.
Skirt.
And, did any of the tents that I pass, well, I'll start looking for stuff.
There appeared to be a few carts full of gear and loot. Conveniently, right next to the tent.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll see if any bags or equipment seem to have Eris's stuff in them.
Alright, while you are sifting around, meanwhile, at the fire pit, Callista Vicatus has told Rain that the House Vicatus has brought her to this area.
Christina, I wasn't quite done yet. I let everyone know that I've found Eris, armed him, and untied him, and that I'm looking for his stuff telepathically.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Does she look familiar? Her token looks familiar from the auction. Is she the one who is over on the far, west side of the auction?
She is not. She is not. Her token might be. I may reuse some token.
No, that's totally fine. I'm just asking because, yeah.
Different
Did you
woman.
relay her name to the rest of us?
We have.
Yeah.
I don't. No.
Rain has relayed her name. Yes.
Oh, Vicatus. Isn't that one of the stronger vampire houses in Maginox?
It is, at least as we currently understand it, I think.
Ask her what her ranking is amongst the 20-something houses. He doesn't expect you to actually answer that, but that's what he says to you.
Well, it's a little difficult to communicate with her because her ears are bleeding, Sai.
I mean, the elements do that.
Christina, would it be I know we're out of combat, but is it a reasonable thing for Akashba to just do one insight check on her?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, Akashba's just gonna give her the once over. Okay, so in fact he rolls so poorly that he's very visibly giving her the once over, and if Rain chooses to notice, he's eyeing her like someone who has crushed a lot of vampires up to this point and is clearly taking measures.
This vampire, Akashaba, as you give her the once-over, appears to be more stone-faced, not so emotional like you saw in the Styx vampires. And in fact, you start noticing the more prevalent vampiric traits the longer she sits there. She does not seem to move out of discomfort from sitting on the snow. Her chest does not rise or fall with the motion of breath. And in fact, the way she stares at Rain unblinkingly, after a moment she almost seems to remind you of a frozen statue. But it may belie the fact that perhaps she has gone too far away from her humanity to even vaguely act like she is alive. And she also, dressed in her rather fine robes, is very ill-dressed for the weather, and again does not seem to care.
Okay. Makashima just goes back to watching the exchange. He doesn't say anything telepathically.
Rain will ask, what does House Vacatus want with Eris?
She nods at you. The Lunesti boy is a ward of House Vacatus. He has eluded our grasp for quite some time. And in fact, we had extended a invitation to the boy to join our house amidst his own turmoil, and he refused. Thus, we have given him a significant amount of time in order to pursue his mundane interests. His time is up, and soon he will be returned to House Vacatus, and he will be safe in Maginox.
Rain narrows her eyes.
Akashima, your mic is doing weird stuff. I keep hearing you go.
Burn.
Yeah, it's like some robotic stuff.
Let me know
like
if it's
it.
fixed now.
Say something?
Saying something.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, just checking.
Weird.
It's more when you're not talking. It makes a cute.
Makes like
bang
a makes
noise.
like a.
You know, like those little springy things at the bottom of doors to keep them from hitting the walls?
yeah.
It was like somebody just kind of touching one of those. It made me happy. You should do it
Cat
again.
is like roaming around that general area on the desk. I don't know what he's getting up to, but I've put him into my lap.
If your cat makes the sproing noise, then your cat is my friend.
My cat might be a cyborg. It's fine. Don't think about it.
That's all I'm thinking about. Okay,
Yeah.
proceed.
Callista extends her hands a little bit and gesturing as she's speaking. Eris's mother, as you might be aware, was once a high-ranking member and very respected by her former houses. Unfortunately, she makes kind of a dismissive gesture. Things occurred, weakening the Lunesti house. Some houses tend to take over lesser houses, claiming them by name. However, House Vacatus has extended a kind invitation to the Lunesti boy. Our invitation has not been so kind upon his refusal.
Sounds less like an invitation and more like a demand to me. And unfortunately, I believe you'll be going back to Maginox empty-handed.
She nods. Such is the way of war. The strong seem to subjugate the weaker. I respect your strength and whatever your relationship is to Eris Lunesti, but I value my unlife more than this trifling errand.
Well, then that sounds convenient for all of us.
She nods. Indeed. However, be warned that now that House Vacatus has a pressing interest in the Lunesti boy, there will be more attempting to retrieve him. And in fact, it may behoove you just to let him go back to Maginox and live his life where he should be with his people. And perhaps he can work within Maginox to regain the name of his former house.
Well, Eris will do what Eris will. And he is under our protection, and you would do well to pass on to whomever your superiors are that further incursions will be met with similar force. You will not be successful unless he wants to return.
Her eyes narrow a little bit in understanding, but she nods. Perhaps we miscalculated how influential Eris is to procure such powerful warriors into his employ. Truly, his influence knows no bounds. She presses the delicate white handkerchief up against her lips as if cleaning a mess that is not there. You put forth such effort into keeping the Lunesti boy alive. What is your relationship with him, if I may ask?
We are friends.
Oh, you're willing to die for him?
Willing to die, perhaps. Although, if this is the best you have to offer, I'm not terribly concerned about that.
Again, we overestimated our own ability, and us underestimated his. House Vicadus will not do that again.
People do have a tendency to underestimate us.
Indeed.
You left somebody behind in Eris's home. Rather large individual, large claws, really a big fan of dark places.
Yes. Just in case anything or anyone came snooping about, you understand. I assume you put it to the test.
He seemed to know we were coming.
She seems to be hiding a slight smirk under the handkerchief, but it quickly passes. He was a formidable foe. And very expensive.
Yes, he was a little bit of a one-trick pony, if we're being honest. He was undone by a candle.
She sighs. Well, she glances over at this bony boy, who is also just sitting on the furs. Overpaid, she says condescendingly. House Vicadus recruited the assistants of an assassin's guild. She gestures to the robed skeleton with the red sash next to her. Unfortunately, they have not proven useful for us.
Well, they caused quite a stir in Borealis, and I don't know, you Maginox types seem to have no issue with invading other cities. This is hardly the first time I've seen this happen, and I haven't even been here that long. You seem to not value your reputations outside of Maginox very highly.
She lifts a finger. We only came because we were pressed. Eris Lunesti knows the rules of Maginox. He is bound to return there someday. Just because his house has fallen does not mean he is not subject to the rules of his homeland.
Interesting. Where I come from, the rules of your homeland stop at the borders.
She shakes her head. And this is why mortals have such short, fleeting memories. When your borders are invisible, Jackals, and meaningless. Blood has no border.
As I understand it, your borders are quite meaningful. We could kill you here, and nobody would ever care.
Kashiba chimes in at this point telepathically. This is long talk. Are we killing her, or what are we doing?
I don't know. I think we are not killing her presently, but I could be convinced to that fact, Rain says in the head.
I would assume everyone can also hear again at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just the time that we spent talking has been more than 30 seconds.
It's up to you guys. If you guys want to reconvene around the fire and all speak with the vampire woman, you may.
I just mostly looking for DM confirmation. Like, I assume at this point it's safe to remove Akashiba's deafness.
Yes. You may all remove your deafness debuff.
Sai keeps the wind up, so he's still deaf.
Okay.
Okay, so from this point forward, just as a note, Akashiba now is actually hearing this conversation.
Okay. This goblin is now free.
They got very confused, right?
I mean, he sees the corpses of his buddies over there.
Yeah, he's like, hides in the tent.
Akashiba, upon being able to hear again, like, he puts, like, one, like, sausage-shaped finger, like, in his ear, and he's like, oh, I can hear again! It was so annoying!
Did I find Eris's stuff?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, I bring Eris his stuff to him and restore it to him, and resist the temptation to pocket anything that looks awesome.
Eris puts his clothes back on in the snow.
If his weapons were there, I retrieve my rapier at the same time.
Yeah, he gives you back your weapon.
I can finally hear again. Any idea what this is about?
Eris frowns. They're trying to take me back to Maginox.
Alright, I'm telepathically connected with my compatriots. Let me find out how the negotiations are proceeding.
Tell them to be very careful. Callista is a very dangerous opponent, and extremely manipulative. However, any aggressions against her may cause the attention of the entire house of Arctis to come down upon your heads, and that is something, Flix, I do not want.
As Eris is speaking, Flix, mimicking Eris, is speaking into the telepathic link. Eris says, Callista is a very dangerous opponent, etc., etc.
I like your Eris voice.
He is armed and equipped. We should be able to just toss him on Ajax's back, and he can disappear from this conversation. If Eris is correct, though, perhaps ending Callista's life is something best left for, I don't know, future warfare in Maginox when we restore the Lunestis to their rightful place.
I would rather keep Eris in our sight from here on out. I mean, there are a lot of tents here. We don't know where other members of the Assassin's Guild are. I would hate for Ajax and Eris to get waylaid again.
I can go with them. Or we can come to the negotiation.
I don't love the idea of you leaving us behind with a super powerful vampire either. Maybe we just wait.
Do you want us to join you or remain here?
That's up to you if you feel comfortable coming over here, or if you want to lie waiting in the wings. I'll continue relaying this conversation.
Why don't we show up? At the very least, Eris will be able to speak for himself.
It's up to you.
Why don't we join the negotiations, Eris, Ajax? They're in the big tent, right?
No, we're just we're in the middle by the fire.
Yeah, they're in the center of the map around the corner. Very well. But Flix, he gently grabs your elbow and steers you in the air towards him.
And Flix stops immediately. Yes?
Please, don't do anything that may bring Arctis' attention upon you and your friends. Please. He looks at you pleadingly.
Eris, Flix tells, Eris, you may or may not be aware, but we effectively destroyed a vampiric house. I think Maginox's attention is already on.
He gives you an even look, understanding the gravity of the situation, and nods. Then, let's make the most of it.
For what it's worth, there are no real negotiations. This is not a negotiation. She has lost, and she is willing to return. And at this point, she's done her, evil monologue, vowing to, oh yes, House Vicadus will come back, and next time in greater numbers, blah 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 blah. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a ship that has sailed. Anyway,
Well, are we killing prisoners now?
What?
Akashima blurts out to the reborn mage, finally just unable to hold his curiosity in. Why are you all so good at dodging fire? How are you doing this?
We are the assassins of the Blood Sash.
Okay, that's not a real answer though. Is this something you practice? Why are you... I make giant fireball, and I swear to God, all of you just jump 40 feet in air and dodge fire. I wish to know how you do this.
We have extensive training in anti-magical techniques.
Akashima just rolls his eyes in disgust.
Also,
well, thank you for the answer.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a fireball.
It's not true. I actually don't know. That might be true. And then he kind of goes back to the other side of Rain, pouting.
Callista gestures to the reborn mage. How convenient that this last one, the so-called leader of the Blood Sash assassins, has been left alive. And them, being hired by House Vicadus to do a job, have failed. They are no longer allowed to return to their guild with any sort of semblance of, well, they can't fail. And so I offer them to you. The reborn turns his head and looks at the vampire. What?
Oh, I can always use an employee.
If you wish to return...
eyebrow practically shoots off his face.
If you wish, all of the help that we purchased here in the camp is yours, and you can do what you wish with them. If you want justice, bring them back to Borealis and throw them in jail, and you will be heroes. And we will both be happy. You will get your justice, and life will go on.
If they're ours, then we can deploy them wherever we wish. Is that correct?
Oh, they're yours as in your responsibility. They are not your servants. In fact, they may try and turn on you as soon as I turn my back.
I look at the leader of the Blood Sash Assassins. Well, it seems as though she's willing to sell you up the river. How do you feel about a new employment contract?
The assassin is growling under his breath, a very hollow sound coming from behind his bony mask. His frustration as he does not seem to know what to do and is helpless. The vampire, sensing his helplessness, now cracks a fanged smile.
Akashima telepathically just to Rain. This doesn't feel right. This does not feel like us.
No, I'm not in the... I'm not in the business of hiring failed assassins, certainly, but... we can take them back and turn them over to Poro at the very least.
Yeah, this seems fine.
We shouldn't let them simply go. That would not be just, but... I feel like we're not going to have a good option with letting her go. We should also not let her go.
That's a private conversation that you two are having, right?
Yeah.
I guess because of Kosh was used, yeah. I don't like the idea of letting her go either, but I fear that maybe the ramifications of that are a little bit beyond what I am prepared to deduce right now. Eris certainly sounds scared of her, if Flix's indication is
Well, Eris is here
accurate.
now, so you can talk to him.
Akashiba
Well, but I'm not going to talk about her to Eris right in front of her.
Iris is standing between the yurts, his arms folded, staring down the vampire.
Eris always reminds me of a kid who like looks like he went to the mall just to find that Hot Topic was closed, and he's like really upset about it. Like that's just how he appears.
God damn it! I really wanted that SpongeBob shirt.
I love Lost Prophet, and I can't even buy their shirt. Akashiba replies to Rain telepathically. In truth, I am not sure that we could take her. She is different from other vampires, I think.
I think we could take her. I don't necessarily want to right now, and I don't necessarily know what that would do if we were to take her out.
She kind of leans forward on the. I know you guys are speaking privately, but she doesn't seem to understand that, and kind of leans forward as you gaze lovingly into each other's eyes. Or perhaps, maybe, you and your friends in House Vicadus could come to a deal. You are powerful warriors, in fact. And House Vicadus lives to serve Maginox. Would you not wish to serve our noble house? And that way, she gestures to Eris, you can assure the safety of your prince, as he remains the ward of House Vicadus, and you can be his honored guard, and House Vicadus can offer you. She gestures. Warmth, wealth, pleasure. Anything that a simple hero might desire. You would not have to adventure a single day ever again.
Maybe we can.
Awful. Not to mention, well, there may be a profitable deal that we can arrive at. How well positioned in Maginox would you say House Vicadus is?
We are the supreme house of Maginox.
Yes,
She
everyone
says
says
with,
that, I've noticed.
Incredible confidence.
But how supreme are you, really?
She laughs.
Is there not a measure of maneuvering occurring constantly?
And the fact
How
that
many
you
of your
have to
resources
merely...
are tied up keeping the other houses down?
She chuckles. The fact that you merely have to ask that question proves your ignorance of Maginox.
Maybe we can address this very quickly and simply. Rain just turns to Eris. Eris, would you like to be a ward of House Vicadus or whatever? I assume not, but, it's your life.
Eris frowns.
Seems like a no.
Callista lets out a chuckle. Eris understands two things. One, the laws of Maginox. He is supposed to come back with me. He does not wish to. His wants are irrelevant.
Oh no, at this particular moment, his wants are very relevant.
Eris,
You failed.
Eris, you should understand that there is no safer place in Maginox for your fallen house than in the comforting embrace of the Vicadus house. And together, Vicadus and Lunesti, once again, can bring, she smiles, happiness to all that visit Maginox.
Alright, so what is the very nature of this law, exactly? Is he beholden to Vicadus because the Lunesti house has fallen specifically?
She nods a little bit.
And what defines a fallen house?
She looks. The elimination of its rulers, the elimination of its influence, and the accumulation of the house's knowledge.
Well, it seems to me as though at least one of the house's rulers has not been eliminated. A significant portion of its knowledge has been restored, as well as some of its artifacts. Why, it seems as though House Lunesti has no longer been eliminated. By your own laws.
She chuckles. And as soon as Eris sets foot in Maginox alone, he will be taken, bound, beaten, and the information stolen from him.
So he shouldn't return to Maginox then. Makes perfect sense.
He shakes his head. Eris understands that his only chance at possibly regaining his lost house and honor is by allying himself with House Vicadus. We have the strength to keep him safe.
Of course, but that's different. You said he's bound by law to return and be your ward. And now you're backtracking on that. So which is it? Is he obligated to return because his house has fallen? Or is it in his best interest to partner with you? It can't be both.
It can
based
be
on what
both.
you've told us.
He doesn't
Unless
have
you're
to.
lying.
He doesn't have to like it. But he is bound to return. I would not be breaking any laws.
Rain stands up and just turns to Eris, or he returns to Maginox with powerful enough allies to secure House Lunesti.
Callista is silent.
And Rain
After
just turns
we
and stares at
ensure
her.
that this entire realm doesn't get destroyed and you're not overrun with, frankly, more powerful interlopers.
She shrugs. If that is the way Eris wishes to resolve this conflict, then I look forward to seeing you again upon the steps of House Vicadus when you realize your struggle is too great. And we will be there, extending a hand.
Well, I don't see any reason why we should work against each other in the meantime. You'd be wasting resources sending whatever it is that you're thinking of after us. And we'd be wasting time and energy that would be best spent preserving this realm fighting off your agents. Why don't we just agree to convene on this several years in the future? It's not like you're running out of time.
She presses her lips together. Everybody can make me an insight check.
Sai still has no idea this is going on.
Yeah, Akash was busy trying to get the reborn mage to surrender himself willingly, so he's not going to really notice this.
Fuck.
Oh.
Okay. Ikashaba, what are you doing with the reborn mage?
So Akashima has taken like some of the rope he has for climbing out of his pack, and is basically like holding the rope in the direction of the mage's forehands. Like kind of signaling like, "Come on, hold him out."
He extends all four of his hands towards you.
He's got 4 hands? That's weird.
I mean, look at the picture; it's right there.
He do.
I wasn't sure what was going on with that, man. I thought that was like tattered robes or something.
I only just realized like 3 seconds ago he had 4 hands, so don't worry.
He's doing a single flex and then 3.
Yeah, single flex, three claws.
3 Shia LaBeoufs.
Yeah,
Just do it!
Yeah, so Akashima reaches out with the rope and just, regards him coldly as he basically ties up his arms.
The reborn hisses at you as you tie his arms. His wrists are bony and hard to bind, but ironically, you can just kind of loop it in between his bones and bind it that way.
Akashima seems to kind of like have like a very thin smile as he kind of realizes this, like, the child in him just finds this kind of hilarious. And yeah, he binds up the mage, and as the mage hisses, he's like, "Oh, okay, that's enough out of you. No need to make it worse for yourself."
Does Eris notice what's her face's reaction?
He is. He's staring at Callista.
Callista, that's her name.
No, she doesn't have all the time in the world.
Oh, so what do you forfeit if you don't hurry? Flicks, it looks extremely predatory at her.
Callista is silent. Eris clears his throat. They want access to the Moon Sage's sanctum.
Everybody seems to want access to that place.
Hey, actually, Akashima looks over. When Beatrice showed up the other day, she was also talking about moonlight. Is that like new popular thing?
Are you saying that in telepathy?
No, he actually says that aloud.
Oh.
Like, he just straight up says in front of Callista that Beatrice
Moonlight
just
is life.
Callista glances at you, Beatrice.
He looks over, and then like doesn't say anything and looks back at Rain, like kind of like grimacing.
I mean, moonlight is light, I suppose. I mean,
Yes, but we're distracting from the point. What do you lose if you don't access this temple in time?
Since she isn't going to answer, I'll answer this. Eris steps forward. The sanctum of the Moon Sages has long been bound by a protective magic. As the armies of Maginox descended into the Moon Temple, attempting to procure its secrets for themselves, the various houses of Maginox. The Moon Sages had sealed themselves away, preventing the knowledge inside from being accessed from the outside. But in retaliation, the houses had banded together and also had placed their own magics around the Temple of the Moon Sages, preventing them from leaving, essentially sealing them inside. Like a tomb. He narrows his eyes at Callista.
All right. So, where does the time limit figure in?
Eris seems to hesitate for a brief moment, but then understands that he is in the company of trusted friends.
I mean, provided that it won't, like, out of character, provided, of course, that it won't reveal something to Callista, but she probably knows this.
She does.
Based on her reaction.
I am one of the last remaining people that can potentially access the Moon Temple. Callista and House Vicadus want what all the other houses of Maginox want. Secrets of creating life. I don't understand how many times I have to tell you. He takes another step forward. The Lunesti house. Although he glances down at the ground. Well, once was a former great house. We do not know the secrets of creating life from death. Regardless of what you may think, he points at Vicadus. She looks Eris, Callista looks Eris up and down as if she's sizing him up. Your moon sages most assuredly are no more. And if you would just relinquish your secret, then this will all be over. Eris is now getting, like, visibly frustrated, and he turns around.
I'm going to try to give him the eyes that are like, you don't lose control. You forfeit the negotiation when you have outbursts. Like, just because I'm sort of behind her. Just like, come on, dude.
Yeah, Eris just kind of moodily looks down at the ground. I don't know how to keep telling you that we don't have these secrets you are looking for. Callista regards Eris. I remember once when House Lunesti worked hand in hand with House Styx. She smirks a little bit, helping them, guiding them in the animation of weapons and armor. Did you not teach them this magic? Eris scowls deeply. You know very well I did not. But your mother did. And your father. A brilliant man. Such a shame. He's gone to waste. Tell me, Eris, do you know where your father is? Eris is, he's heating up.
Really? What? You're baiting Eris now? Look. Calliope? Callisto. That's it. You can waste resources coming after Eris. Eris will come back to Maginox when he's good and ready, and if there is indeed any profit to be had, you can support Lunesti's reascension, and he can share his secrets with you. Why is this so difficult? Why you always have to grasp? Stop grasping.
Very well.
29. Not a persuasion roll. Just leave him alone for a little while.
She stands. Very well. I will wait the short time it takes for your new band of compatriots to expire. And when
you can return.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
And when you realize, Eris, that all your friends and companions will slowly die in front of your eyes, you'll realize that you should be back with your people.
Rain turns to, she's been staring at Eris most of this time, and she turns to Callista. You can return to House Vicadus and tell your betters that, for the time being, House Lunesti is under the protection of House Silversong and Queen Celine. And I'm sure you know that we are as deathless as you.
She makes a quick internal history check. House Whomst.
House Silversong, under Queen Celine of the Twilight Court.
She lifts an eyebrow. Eris lifts an eyebrow. There's a whole bunch of eyebrows going up.
Kashmo's eyebrow stays firmly situated.
Well,
I should just know about House Silversong, is that right, Christina?
You are not from House Silversong. You are from the south. You would have to roll a history check.
I mean, Rain has referred to all of this
Oh,
before.
yeah. It's just I don't know how much Flix knows about the house,
Sure.
so he's going to have to make a history check.
Based on my own background, I should have probably rolled that at advantage, but it is okay.
Rain,
Still
would
got a
you like
17.
to talk a little bit about the Twilight Court?
Sure. It is probably one of, the Dark Fae courts aligned to Twilight in the Night. And House Silversong is a servitor house of the matriarch of the Twilight Court.
Silversong, you say? I know that name. You are a foreigner. She taps her lips. Interesting. And is your court interested in making some moves here in Arctis? Now that would be delightful.
As special envoy to Queen Celine and first Witchblade of her personal guard, I've come to Arctis for a number of reasons. Securing alliance is perhaps one of them. Perhaps House Vicadus would be wise to court that as well.
She nods in understanding. Yes. Oh, now, this has gotten very interesting. Tell me. She leans forward a little bit. Did you know of the relationship between the Styx and the Silversong House? She smirks slightly.
Rain will let mana flow, like, smoothly unsheath herself and just float next to Rain. Not menacingly, but just let her animate there.
Okay, you can put her on the field if you want.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, you can.
Da, da, da. Oh, whoa. Oh, shit.
The rapier hovers next to you. Oh. She grins. So you do. Interesting.
Honestly, the magic of House Styx is a little rudimentary for what I'm used to, but I find this one quite elegant.
Besides which, you are speaking as though we're going to be scandalized by the relationship between Styx and Lunesti. We're not. We're interested in particular things and particular people. You're making a lot of assumptions about us. Perhaps your intelligence is bad.
She shrugs. Only time will tell. Now, are you doubly sure you don't wish to...
I want to throw her off.
Okay. What are you trying to do?
I'm just making her second guess everything that she thinks she knows about us.
Perhaps I was a bit quick to assume. If you have already pledged yourself to another house, Eris Lunesti, and you have pledged yourself to House Silversong, she looks. Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. Perhaps then I don't have to do a single thing.
I doubt the situation is as simple as you imagine it to be.
It's most certainly not. In fact, it's gotten significantly more complicated.
I just want to point out that, like, Akashiba just looks completely lost in this conversation. He's looking from person to person as they talk, like a fifth grader at, like, a fucking soliloquy. Just doesn't get it, or symposium. He just does not get this.
I is doing the exact same, but you can tell he's actually doing what's going on now.
But he's also a tiger, so he always looks like that.
Akashiba, like, really understands when, like, we're fighting things. He gets that. This, he clearly does not get. And he's not making any effort to, like, hide that he does not get this exchange.
Very well. Now that you, Ward of House Silversong, she looks at Eris, have stated your case. She lifts her hands.
Again, the situation is more complicated than that, but believe as you wish. Silversong is not the only house with an interest.
She nods. I will be sure to inform my betters about my lack of intelligence. Will that be all? We part now. She stands. You may have what's left of the camp. And the food, she gestures to the reindeer.
Telepathically, she got any magical items?
You're asking
you, of course.
Me? I don't know. I'm sure. I didn't identify her. Like, I'm sure Rain can do a once-over and is like, yep, there are some things there that definitely look probably magical.
One moment. Hang on. Do something real quick. Serve. Well, it has been a pleasure speaking with you all, and to understand the strength of your conviction. You may not understand many of the vampires in Maginox, but House Vicadus respects strength. If you change your mind, our gates are open to you.
Excellent. We look forward to
She turns into
more
many
cordial
bats.
we look forward to more cordial and more profitable negotiations in the future.
Bat!
But
Are we okay with this? Do we want to stop her?
No, let her go. Sigh.
Oh, okay.
the
I mean,
bats.
Do you
Fly
know a way to stop 1,000 bats from leaving? Because I don't.
I do.
Fire?
Yeah, Sai actually does. he's used it.
Oh, what the hell? What could stop?
Moonlight.
Moonbeam
Or
forces.
the locket I have. Both of them do it.
Yeah, Sai's
Actually-
actually between Sai and Akashaba, we actually I wish Sai and Akashaba we'd had more time with Sai to strategize and understand his strengths, because he's actually really effective against vampires.
I
Also
guess
make
we
running
watched
water out of the sky if we need that.
I guess we watched the swarm of bats just tuxedo mask away. Akashaba gives the rope, binding the reborn mage a tug. There was a goblin too, was there not?
At least 2 other goblins.
There's only 2. One is still sleeping through all of this. I kept checking on him. The others, I saw him go in the tent to the northeast.
I think we should at least round up, I guess, the 3 survivors and at least return them to Poro. I think Poro will know what to do with them in that regard.
I mean, they were just doing what they were paid for. You'll note that they don't seem to have killed any of the captives. We perhaps treated them more harshly than they treated their target.
And I think that Poro is a just and fair individual who is responsible for the welfare of Borealis, so perhaps
Yeah,
they
this
can
is-
glean,
this
perhaps they
is-
can offer him some information.
Eris backs
Really
up from
like-
the tiger. What?
Oh, that's our friend Sai.
That is a tiger?
Sorry, Akashaba, you were saying?
Trust me, turning into Poro is really better option than what I would probably do with this mage here, so it's probably better just option.
I mean, we might be able to employ them spying in Maginox on our behalf.
They're not allowed to return to Maginox.
She said nothing of the sort. She merely
That's-
said that they couldn't return to the employ of House Vicadus.
I believe the implication was that they can't return to their guild in Maginox.
Eris bumps into
Failing,
Flicks.
Anyway,
Down, Kitty.
He's kind of purring, and he's trying to just get up and nuzzle towards the blood and sniff the blood on Eris's chest.
All right, Sai, that's strange. Could you please turn back?
Oh,
Eris is his chest is full of blood. And in
Rain,
fact, his breath smells like it.
okay, I'm satisfied. Backs off.
Rain whistles to the goblin who's lurking over here. Why don't you come on over? You know, keep your weapons sheathed, and no harm will come to you or any of your remaining comrades. Sai, can you go fetch the other goblin, please?
Aye.
Maybe take Ajax with you so you don't, terrify him into doing something rash.
I like terrifying goblins.
While this is happening, Akashaba in Goblinoid says to the surrendered assassin, "How do you all find this line of work anyway? Do you all is there recruitment place in Maginox? How does this happen?"
1 second as I resolve the tiger and Ajax.
Oh no.
Okay, take your time.
Ajax goes around the backside of the tent, while the tiger presses open the tent flap. The goblin appears to be sleeping inside the yurt.
I'm going to use my comprehend languages hat if Kashiba is going to speak other languages behind our back.
Rude.
Sai steps forward as quietly as possible and tries to get up within range of the assassin. Oh, I can't move.
Yeah, sorry, there's a wall around the yurt.
Oh, gotcha.
There you go. I moved you forward.
Thank you. And he's gonna try to be friendly, so he's gonna like put on like a audible purring sound and just like nuzzle the goblin awake.
I'm kitty.
The goblin rolls over.
To the reborn mage, you might want to loudly order your remaining compatriots to surrender peacefully.
The reborn places 2 fingers under the mask, and you hear a sharp whistle. I can't whistle like that, and I won't.
Yeah, with that, Sai like flicks his head like in the direction of the noise to the goblin to try to communicate like, "Hey, your boss."
The goblin wakes up and sees a tiger in his yurt and screams. Ah!
Sai backs away slightly just to not be aggressive.
And the goblin slams out the back of the yurt into Ajax, who grabs him by the neck. Good job, Sai. He pats you on the head. Good boy.
Oh, I'm stuck in the tent now.
Oh.
But I follow back.
You are free.
There's just like a destroyed tent back there. Like he's just backed up into all of like the support poles and it's just like collapsed.
I am a very dexterous and acrobatic tiger. Thank you very much. Most of the time.
Well, nice to see you, Eris. We have a lot to catch up on.
Eris nods. It's been a very long day.
You're telling us. Here, give me just a moment. Do we just all want to go back?
Probably
Yes.
not a bad idea. We should, as she said, the camp is ours. We should ensure that nothing useful is left behind. At the very least, the supplies here can bolster the supplies on the ship. Other little necessities that we don't need to spend coin on. That kind of thing.
Can the ship come to us?
Well, I can
If
take
there's
this to the
enough here
ship.
worth getting.
Well, to Flix's point, if we want to take all these supplies, we need the ship here.
I mean, somebody can carry the supplies through. I can teleport us to the ship. Somebody
These
just
are a
has to-
lot of tents.
Well,
There's
that's
a
why
lot
we
of
gather
stuff.
things together, Si. Let's get to work.
Okay.
How are we getting these hitty gestures? Prisoners back to Poro, exactly. Are we just sending them back with Ajax?
I was planning on teleporting us all back to the Audacity, and we can leave them in Ajax's care. Ajax?
Ajax,
are you-
Ajax nods. As long as we ensure that they're stripped of weapons and any sort of spell components, I believe I can take them back to safety.
Perfect. We can alert the proper authorities there as well to support Ajax and whatever he needs.
Would you be teleporting them and Ajax back with us, or would they be traveling overland?
No, I would teleport them back with us.
Okay, I'm just making sure there wasn't a misunderstanding. It sounded like Ajax was going to walk them back through the snow.
No, my plan was to teleport us all back, and then Ajax can walk them through Borealis.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yep. So we want to investigate these tents.
Yeah, Sai's going through and inventorying and gathering whatever he can as a tiger.
Rain will go to the big tent in the middle and investigate.
Akash was just making
Do
small
we-
talk with the goblins.
Do we want to do the ransacking of camp in real time, or do we want to hand wave that?
I will. If you say you are ransacking the camp for supplies, I will give you the rundown of what you retrieve.
We're definitely doing that, and Sai has a very keen focus on anything that looks like poison vials or that type of equipment.
I don't know about you guys, but I'd prefer to not roleplay the whole ransacking of the camp. Are you guys cool with that?
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that I do want to roleplay, Christine, is Akashiba is like deathly serious about wanting to know how it is that all these goblins fell into the employ of this assassin's guild or whatever. So it could just be like a one-sentence explanation, but that's like what he's trying to make small talk about.
Yeah, I'm totally down with us, like, kind of role-playing that conversation while we're ransacking the camp.
Akashima is speaking in Goblin, so, like, you're welcome to use the hat. But, like,
I used my hat. Yeah, I definitely understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right. From the camp, in total, you retrieve the following.
Drew, are you scrapping this?
Yep.
One moment. Drew, instead of scribing it, I'm going to DM it to you in Discord.
Oh, okay.
Because there is a lot.
Fair enough.
And then I
That's
will
perfect.
go over what you retrieve. One moment. I do need to remove a couple things. Throughout the entirety of the camp, you managed to recover a significant amount of things, especially from the Thieves Guild. Most of the things that you procure seem to come from the guild and have been property of Eris. These guys have definitely looted their fair share. Aside from that, Rain, in the main tent and throughout the entirety of the camp, you all find a total of 1,900 gold. You find a chalice set in blood with bloodstones, engraved with Arctic creatures.
Is it fair to assume that Rain ritualed detect magic so we could spot that stuff out?
I am going to give you the full list of everything that you find, and then I will tell you specifically the things that are magic.
Okay.
You also find a coral cup set with opals, a leather coin purse that is trimmed with fur, a lovely leather merchant's cap adorned with a fine red plume, a leather scabbard trimmed with fur, a golden salt cellar set with sapphires, an onyx figurine. It is not of a god of storms. It's an onyx figurine of Lucari Polaris. You do find an amulet, which is magical. You find an instrument, also magical. You find yards of silk, cask of salted meat, and you also find, totaling it with the yurts, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 400 pounds of leather hide. And that is all.
Okay.
Ikashima, you and the goblins appear to be having a discussion as the camp is looted.
Nice.
What do you ask them?
Akashima, you know, as he's just making small talk, just kind of like quickly pivots to the point of, I feel like I have met lots of goblins lately in assassin work. How do you come by this line of work? And he's talking to them in Goblin.
They look back at you. Small. They counts on a finger. Small. Nobody cares about us. Hard to find regular employment. He shrugs. You know, sometimes you do the dirty work. You get paid, and you don't think anything of it.
Oh, well then he said.
It's business, you know. No hard feelings or nothing.
These goblins from Jersey?
All goblins are from the
All
Bronx.
goblins are from Jersey.
Akashima patiently replies, "No, I understand. You are
to be sure, you will probably likely go to jail for a little bit in Borealis, but Borealis has very good caring culture towards goblins and goblinoid people, so I hope you find other things to do, maybe a little more constructive and a little less, you could have died here.
I mean, realistically, Kosovo, why are we passing judgment on their profession? It's not very far off from what we do.
Is he speaking common?
The goblin? No, he's speaking goblin back to you.
Oh, so does the hat of comprehension allow him to speak languages?
No, I can understand what you're saying. I can't speak Goblin.
So you're speaking common back to this conversation?
Yes.
Akashima just, frowns at you. This is goblin business. You keep to yourself. And then he looks back at the goblinoids. Just, when you get out, think it over. Doesn't have to be this line of work. There are safer things to do that are a little more satisfying, I would think. But, it's your life.
One of the goblins tilts his head at you.
You're kind of weird. Listen, bugbear? Brother?
He's not quite sure what to call you.
Did this all change for you when you found...
He kind of whispers,
the light? Is that what guides you?
he kind of looks curious.
The light speaks to
He, looks at his fellow goblin.
us?
Is that, but also just basic desire to do right for community, little cousin. The light may offer, a set of guidelines, but it is up to you to decide what you want to do with your life.
It's so hard for us, man. We're just... It's so hard to make a living.
Takashima nods at that.
It's cold outside. You have to stay warm. And sometimes you just gotta find work and not starve.
It's fair. This is good reminder to, when we get back to Borealis, try to make sure other goblins have better opportunities, do not end up in similar situation. But if you end up staying in Borealis after whatever time you serve, feel free to look me up, and I am happy to find something better for you.
Thanks for sparing our lives. Akashima?
Telepathically. Akashima, that's exactly what I was driving at. Why don't we hire them? Then we can send them only on missions of justice.
Akashima looks at Flix like his first instinct is to snap back, but then he kind of tilts his head. He's not a bad idea, but they have to, they have to go through system first.
Why?
They try to break in and steal Eris Unesti, who is our friend and who is citizen of Borealis. There must be penance for this.
Akashima, we broke into another country and murdered every noble in a house.
And he kind of looks at the goblins with hands well, that's not how that played out.
Tomato.
He looks to Flix. Those vampires were evil and doing evil things. We were doing righteous things, which I will remind you, Beatrice confirmed when she spoke to us.
I mean, that's your interpretation of it, but that's
looking back
hardly
to the goblins,
confirmed.
He ignores Flix and looks back to the goblins. Anyway, it'll get better, and we will all do our part to make sure the goblins have better opportunities and do not default to these violent acts.
The Reborn looks aside.
What? And me?
He tilts his head. He seems to understand Goblin.
Just for a clarification point. Akashima knows that reborn mages have died and been reborn, right? They are considered undead.
Reborn are technically not undead.
Okay. I'm just going to...
Reborn are reborn.
Would an ignorant racist bugbear know the difference?
Make me either a religion or a history check, whatever you prefer.
Alright. Let's go with a religion check.
Oh, very good. From at least what Akashaba understands of what has occurred in Maginox, those unfortunate who have died and have been reborn via Arctis's magics are just as sentient as you or I. And if you were to take one that perhaps looked human, reborn come in all sorts of shapes, sizes, and flavors. With your history check, Akashaba, some have even taken to calling themselves various things based on the form in which they have come back in. For example, a reborn that has died and come back as something that is almost entirely human, unable to be discerned, is called something different than someone who has died and has been reborn as a skeleton, or has been reborn as a geist or ghost, spirit. Now, these things have sentience and their own will, but from outside purposes, if you were to look at a reborn human and a human, you might be hard-pressed to tell the difference. Some reborn are just more obviously dead, or formerly dead.
Okay, so, and the reborn mages, between what I'm seeing in the character art here, they have, like, skeletal arms.
He has skeletal arms, but he's wearing a bone mask, so underneath his mask, you're not quite sure what he might look like.
Okay. Processing this. Considering racist bugbear point of view. Akashaba looks back at the reborn mage.
And has the light forsaken us?
Doesn't have to. You could choose to do other things. This is mostly me looking out for my own people.
Well, why wouldn't we look out for all of them if the opportunity afforded itself?
Why are you in this conversation? This feels more of an Akashaba conversation.
Because I'm curious about your motivations, and I want to hire them because we need agents. And
what? Okay, and he looks at all of them gathered. Do you really, after what just happened here, are you all interested in working for us?
They glance at each other. Look back at you. One of the goblins kind of leans forward.
Would this mean we don't get to go to jail?
Shiba, thinks about the get to go to jail. He, looks up for a minute. No, this is just hypothetical situation. This is, you are going to jail, to be sure.
Oh,
but just saying,
it's open to negotiation, I think.
What? It's not up to negotiation. They broke into he looks at Eris. They broke into town and, locked up our friends in the village and kidnapped Eris Lunesti. They should sit in timeout for at least a little while, and then after time is done, then they can go back to whatever they're doing, which maybe, if you want, can be working for Flix.
No, the Fae's got the right of it. Yeah, we'll do whatever you want. Yeah, who you want murdered?
No, okay, no, this is exactly what I was concerned about. He looks at the reborn mage. He's fine.
Well, they have a lot to learn, obviously.
What? No, you're not even talking about learning. You literally are giving them money so that they will go and murder people. It's not learning.
Or spy on things, or, whatever's convenient for us.
Akashaba.
They're agents, Akashaba. They do what we ask them to do.
Yeah, Akashaba, we're gonna do, yeah. We're good at the sneaking. Yeah, we're good at the pilfering.
Can we chimes into both of your guys' heads briefly? Or maybe if a little bit of repentance and seeing a little bit of Akashaba's light does them some good, maybe that makes them more loyal than simply people out for our coin? As she finishes up the teleportation circle.
A little bit of everything?
Ajax,
chance, right?
Can you please come here, Ajax, and get situation under control? This is rapidly getting away from me, I fear.
I think you're doing great, Akashaba, honestly. I think a little bit of reform would do them great good and would prove their loyalties a little bit more, honestly.
Sai also chimes into everyone's head telepathically. Why don't we do both? Have them go to jail, but in jail they do work for us and give information and maybe some poisons and whatever else we need from them.
You're really fixated on this poison, and I'm getting concerned, Sai, especially after the stunt you pulled with the staff.
It just seems very effective.
Yes, especially given that you apparently have interest in preparing our cuisine. Your simultaneous interest in poisons and food preparation is highly concerning.
Well, the best way to defend against it is to understand it at the fundamental level. Like, I was able to take the poisonous leaves from the Nightbloom Garden and feed it to Rain, and she's fine because I learned about it.
All right, circles up, everybody through.
All right, everybody through the circle. All right,
just as a point, Christina, we did put the carpet back over the teleportation circle on the Audacity so it is not visible to anybody. You know, because I am teleporting a mage there, and I don't want them to know our teleportation circle.
Okay, good point. Okay, so for the people who are, okay, so hold on, I need to take inventory of the people who are on the ship. I need to move some of you guys because I need to copy some of the people who are not on the ship onto the ship. Are you taking Ajax with you?
Yeah, I'm taking everybody so nobody has to go back alone through the snow.
Okay.
Just like she opens it up and just cycles them through. Boom, 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 boom. And then steps through afterwards.
All right. One moment as I move everybody to their proper places. Skirt. All right. Time for a little bit of a music change. You know, I don't know why I keep picking this. All right, you all reappear back on the Audacity. And boy, howdy, it is a busy day. The goblins appear to be a little bit disoriented, as does Eris and especially Ajax. Eris kind of shakes his head and glances behind him. Nice trick, right?
Sorry, who said that?
Eris.
Oh, yes, well. Didn't want to trudge through the snow, did you?
No, not at all.
Well, good, perfect.
Yeah, Akash.
Can we get the names of our reborn mage and goblin friends?
You can ask them.
Inmate 1s through 3, Flicks.
I'm presuming like that it came up in conversation.
It has not. And
Akash would never ask them their names.
They have not given their names.
Okay, well, Flix gets their names and wants
He
to
does not give.
ingratiate
He does not give their. They do not give their names.
all right.
All right, well, Ajax, they're all bound and, you know, de-weaponed, I think, at this point. I think they're yours. Can we call anybody to help you transport them to Borealis? Are we in the air? Wait a minute, we were docked.
You're not in the air. I just.
Oh, okay.
This is just the scene, so you're not in the air.
Perfect.
No, they were actually just at the drive-through. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, the Sky McDonald's.
Yeah, they're just going to Arby's. They had the meats. It's fine.
That's fair.
On a serious note, though, what laws did they break that we haven't?
Akash will leave the room.
Ajax steps forward. Murder.
Who did they murder?
Sorry, is Flix in the room with us?
Oh, where is Flix?
No, I was
Flix
in
is
the
in the
other
other
room,
room.
but like,
Yelling from the other room.
Who did they murder?
Assault, burglary, kidnapping.
And again, what crimes have they committed that we have not?
Are you saying we should go to jail too? Because I refuse to go back to that prison cell.
Well, my point is that we aren't in jail, so if we're looking at giving this lot a second chance, why are we throwing them in prison? It's a reasonable question.
Steps inside the doorway and yells to Shar, "Hey, we brought company. Apologies for not warning you." And then goes back in the room.
It's a perfectly reasonable question.
It sounds like a reasonable question, but it just really isn't, Flix. Like, we haven't infiltrated somewhere to, like, kidnap somebody.
The entire leadership of a noble house? Certainly not.
No, but see how Styx violated a number of, laws prior to
so
that.
two wrongs make a right now.
Oh, absolutely. Where have you been, Flix? Two
All
wrongs
right,
have
well, if
always
that's
made a
the
right.
case, then their wrongs also make a right. The logic follows.
Akashaba looks to Ajax. If I am in town, it would be great if you are also in town. If you could let me know when they are done with their sentence. I would like to check in on them later.
Ajax shrugs. I'm just going to bring them to the guards. I don't deal out consequences. I have a lot to do in the field.
Okay.
He takes a rope and he starts tying a rope around the reborn assassin mage's neck. He tosses a length of rope to Akashaba, and then he points to his back. Strap the goblins to my back.
Akashaba, walks over to the goblins. As you say, no hard feelings, and he gingerly ties up their hands. Just when you go in, just be honest about what happened. Tell them what you told me. Right? It's just work. You were very poor and hungry. You needed something to do. Just be honest with them.
No, wait. But
He looks over at Flix.
please, man, we're just we'll totally work in your employ. Yeah, spare us. Yeah.
Akashaba continues to tie them up as they're doing this.
I'll see what I can do on your behalf. All right?
The goblins
And
are...
Akashaba finishes tying them up and looks at Ajax. Well, I think you're ready to go then.
Ajax nods and begins to trot off, dragging the assassin mage by the neck with the rope.
Akashaba looks at Flix, very obviously changing the subject. Does he get less social every time we see him?
I don't think that that's possible.
Hmm.
The hoops that you all are capable of leaping through mentally never fail to amaze me, though.
That's, we do have shit named Audacity, he says, as Flix is walking out the door.
Technically, Flix is hovering, since Flix never walks unless he absolutely
Okay,
has.
sorry. Yeah, so as Flix is leaving, Akashaba made that comment.
Yeah.
Eris is currently talking with Shar, and they exchanged a brief hug after re-meeting here on the airship.
Oh, Eris, it's so
Eris?
good to see you.
Eris looks at you.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. At some point in the future, I'd like to have a discussion with you regarding the dispensation of the prisoners, but it doesn't have to happen now.
He shrugs. I'll leave it to your good judgment. You are the ones who had to go through all that trouble to get me from the snow, and I haven't had a moment to properly thank you for it. Again, I thank you.
Well, hold off on the thank yous, because you can just, put together a big batch of those. Rain pulls out her backpack and pulls out Alara's heart. We recovered this for you. In fact, that's what we were on our way to deliver.
As well as news that your lady mother was still alive.
We have
somewhere.
Flix, honestly.
All of
You don't
the,
get to deliver all the
residual...
fancy surprises, Rain. I know you like to sweep in and deliver gifts and presents and tidbits of information, but you don't have a monopoly on them.
Eris kind of stumbles and sits
But
on
I
the
take
bed
the
very hard.
notes.
Like, Flix actually bursts out laughing.
Rain literally has sheaves of like notebooks and journals that she's meticulously collected.
Swoops over, hugs Rain around the neck before she can react, and then returns to his previous. That was adorable and delightful, Rain.
Shibo watches that exchange and like looks around the room like, is anybody seeing this?
Eris, if you allow it, will take the heart from Rain.
Oh, yes.
He sits on the bed and he looks at the heart for a very long time without saying anything. And very quietly, he just kind of presses his forehead up against the heart. And he whispers something under his breath, very quiet. You can make a perception check, Rain, if you'd like to try and hear it.
Yes, please.
Same. We are nosy assholes.
That's a little bit better than her passive perception.
Nope, definitely not. Akashaba farts and Flix can't hear a thing.
True.
Under his breath, Rain, you hear Eris very quietly says, "I'm sorry, Mother."
Eris, we also have news. We have quite a bit of news, but I think perhaps along with this, something you should know, your mother is alive.
How? Where?
And, well, we don't know exactly, but I do know that she's not currently on this plane of existence. She is free of House Styx, though.
In fact, we broke the back of House Styx while we were in Maginox.
Yes, House Styx is probably no more. The Baron, Vivian, and Morgana herself, they're all dead. True death.
You put them to the torch? No, he looks up at Akashaba. I see. You brought the light. You brought the light into Maginox.
No, yeah, it was really kind of great time, if I'm being honest.
And were you... That's not the important thing. Were you seen?
Well, there is one scion of a house who knows about our activities.
I was seen.
No, but we were all technically seen by, what's her face? Raven's butt.
Well, she knows. She knows what we did because she knows who I was and I was affiliated with you. I don't think anybody else necessarily knows unless she has told them.
Oh, wait, it was Raven's blood. Sorry, not Raven's butt. My bad.
Yeah. She also has one of your artifacts and...
The painting, I
offered,
believe.
Yes, and she offered it to the returning House Lunesti in exchange for a favor from us. But we do not yet know what that favor will be. Our first task was to finish House Styx.
Also, I think she's under the impression that she gets to drink at least some of me in the future.
Honestly, I thought you were pretty clear about that, but, you know, I don't think she's one to be told no either, so.
Indeed.
Rain hands over all of the notes and journals that she collected, which are all in D&D Beyond right now, and I'm terrified to open it again. So I will send those to you. Okay, great. Yeah, she's like turns over all of that, including like the logbook that we picked up of like the weapon sales and / assassinations that like we were able to deduce, and you know Vivian Styx's midnight snacky ledger. Like all of those things. This is everything we recovered. There's quite a bit about your mother in here, as well as the moon sages and the moon temple. There's some there as well.
He's reading through the notes and nodding, putting the pieces together. I see. So they knew my mother, for one, had a misplaced heart. This is true. He looks down at the clockwork heart in his hand and back up at you. bore you with a little bit of a physiology lesson.
Oh, I can't wait.
He holds up the clockwork heart. This was made by my father. It was merely a trinket that he gave to my mother out of love. For when this was in her chest, her heart would... Hold on, I hate this music. I hate it. I immediately...
Yeah, it feels like we're on like the Normandy right now.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the Normandy. I want to be...
Can we have the Normandy? Because that has railguns. I want railguns.
This is my favorite track on the Citadel. There we go. Somber piano.
Shepherd.
When my father created the clockwork heart for my mother, it was his intention to merely give her a semblance of life, a semblance of a heartbeat. He seems to twist something on the heart slightly, and it begins ticking like a clock. He touches it again, and it ceases beating. He wanted my mother to understand and feel what it was like to have a heartbeat, a semblance of life again. He looks down at the heart. Sorry, I had to adjust the music a little bit. But what he ended up making was something more than just a semblance of a heartbeat. It did not give my mother true life, but it made her happy to finally feel the semblance of a blood in her veins once more. My mother's true heart, her unliving heart, is currently locked away within the Great Ice Library. He looks down.
What a coincidence.
The Moon Sages and their general purpose is to help provide a sort of guiding light to the denizens of Maginox. He nods at Akashaba. In a similar way, the light would guide those who revere the sun. Hey, deep music. You should totally be on repeat. Why do you have like a 5-minute pause at the end? You are the worst.
B-sides, am I right?
Seriously, get a better loop.
I just realized that I'm old enough that there are people that don't know what a B-side is.
I didn't want to say anything, but like, yeah, I don't know what a B-side is.
You should know what a B-side is.
Oh no.
You're old enough.
Sorry, this is not a question of me being old. This is just a lack of my worldliness, which is fine.
Okay. It's fine. I love you.
I'm
I'll explain
sorry,
B-sides
Eris.
afterward.
Sorry. Go ahead, Rain.
I was just... If your mother's true heart is locked inside the ice library, who put it there?
She did. And in fact, Alara, my mother, was one of the few people who could, with relative freeness, access the Great Ice Library, making her knowledge much more important than the other vampires in Maginox. They grew jealous. Not many can access what is in the Great Ice Library, for it is not merely a repository of books, but in itself is a repository of knowledge, a place where all of the souls, the memories of those who have lived and once lived upon Arctis are cataloged and stored. And in order to guide the people of Maginox and to ensure that the history of the past would never repeat itself, certain sages are granted access to the Great Ice Library. My mother being one of them.
Not to interrupt, Eris, but if we show up and find the Great Ice Library and we can't access it, why is everyone sending us in that direction? One would think that they'd at least tell us that we need some sort of special key or knowledge. Do you know how to open it?
He shakes his head. The Ice Library has been locked away from being accessible by most of humanity ever since the incident with Tessa Volcanis. You see, back then, those that wish to understand the ways of Arctis, in order to access all of the memories of Arctis, those that heard of this knowledge, but were not granted the ability to access it, became jealous and coveted this.
What's even there that they would care about?
He looks over at Flix. I wish to stress to you that the Ice Library, its core, holds the entire accumulated memory of all the living things of Arctis, now and then.
Well, see, you're the first one that's ever bothered to explain that to us. Like I said, people draw back the bow and aim us at things without explaining things, and then, you know, things happen.
He nods.
Could your mother get us access to the library if we were to find her?
He also nods. Yes. In fact, she could.
Well.
In fact, I never quite believed her, but my mother always said that she knew Tessa Volcanis. But now, I think I understand. I was too young before, too naive. Now I understand the gravity of the situation, and my involvement in it.
We also found this, buried in, cast off really in a well while we were in House Styx. I don't know if you recognize it. Rain pulls out the sentient longsword. I don't think it's the sword you had us looking for, but it does have a sentience to it.
He nods. This is not one of my swords, but squints. I understand the magical resonance coming off of it. You see, what Callista said about my house was true. At one point, Lunesti and Styx did work together. Lunesti, being sages, mages, and knowledgeable in the arcane, began to teach the Styx the basics of animation, a semblance of life. And guided by my father's teachings and my mother's knowledge, the Styxes soon became a great house, dabbling in animated weapons and armor, pledging themselves to the service of Maginox, for the safety of all. And Styx had once assured us that their animated weapons and armor would all go to the defense of Maginox. And what a grand dream that was at one point, where the armor could walk the streets protecting the people, and no one would get hurt in the process. My mother strived for peace in Maginox, and soon began to accumulate the ire of those who became greedy and wanted more from those who visited the city. Maginox is not always like you see it now, full of debauchery, greed, lust. Once a place where those once forsaken by the light of the sun could find solace in the light of the moon. And my mother, being a moon sage, helped guide and gather those in reverence to the moonlight.
Flicks his eyes back and forth and goes, why not both? I see your point, though. But if your mother is a moon sage, and the Vicadus has her, why don't they just make her unseal the temple? Why do they need you?
They don't have her.
He nods. This must mean they don't have her.
Oh, so it's just question of I have to find Eris's mom, yes? This is something I can do.
Ah, yeah, so a woman who has effectively evaded all the most powerful vampiric houses for who knows how long.
Well,
Oh, I'm pretty strong, though. I think I can do it.
These
we
houses
know
not...
she's on another plane of existence. She's not in Arctis.
But how do you know this, Rain?
I tried to speak with her.
How?
I mean, magically. Pretty, I mean, not terribly advanced magic, but sometimes it doesn't work, though, if they're on a different sphere. Otherwise, it should have worked just fine. It got kind of, strange signal.
Well, if she's on another plane, hopefully we can come to the conclusion that she's safe. For now.
I could try to contact her on your behalf, Eris, if there's anything you would want me to try and communicate to her. Perhaps we could organize some kind of rendezvous so we don't have to search the endless planescape for her.
He nods. That is something you are capable of doing. But
With some time and effort, and Akashaba's help.
understand the moonlight is both adept at protection and revealing hidden truths, as well as it is good at obfuscation. I would not be surprised if my mother had placed wards upon herself to combat prying eyes.
Well, perhaps I can build some rapport and she can scry on me, know that we are friends and not her pursuers.
Now, you understand, if once my mother is once again on this plane, it will put you all in great danger, as most of the houses will most assuredly reconvene their efforts into procuring my mother's knowledge. These jealous vampires will stop at nothing to gain access to my mother's knowledge of, well, he looks at the clockwork heart, this, as well as the Great Ice Library.
Well, perhaps finding your mother should be our last step, then. We should investigate the other leads that we have regarding the volcanic upwellings and then do the ice library last.
I feel like this is maybe our best bet, honestly. Like,
Let's do it
there's
first,
other
and then
things.
have the vampiric houses hounding us the whole time that we're trying to deal with the other upwelling.
I don't know that we'll find the ice library any other way. We can certainly try, Flix. There's no reason we can't. But for what it's worth, House Lunesti is under the protection of House Silversong now, so we're stuck with each other anyway.
Eris chuckles dryly. Most of the other houses have had, or have dealt with, my mother in the past, but are loath to speak of it, lest the other houses come down upon them. Now, he lifts a finger. My mother, being a moon sage, had a very keen relationship with local shapeshifters. They would follow her anywhere and have remained outside of the purview of many of the great houses. Most of them do not reside within Maginox anymore, having seen the dream of collaboration break down in recent years. If you were to gain any knowledge of my mother, finding her former allies within the shapeshifters may be a good start.
What about the Moon Temple? Is that... If the Moon Sages are still alive, is that an avenue we should explore? Should we go to the Moon Temple ourselves?
The Moon Sages have been locked in that temple for 10 years. I don't know what you're going to find in there. But he looks at the clockwork heart. Aside from the wards that have been put there to keep things in, I may be able to open the door for you, so to speak. And that's
And
why...
yours should be nothing.
And that's why the Vicadus wanted me. I can access the Moon Temple, and they cannot.
I don't want to oversimplify, but it really does feel like if all of vampires in Maginox were just, I don't know, dead, maybe this would not be a problem.
A tall order for a party of 4.
Well, obviously we gotta do it one at a time. Like, that's not lost on me. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, it seems like every time we talk about all this, you know, it's kind of like, oh, Maginox vampires want to go to Moon Temple.
Not to mention whatever other moral flexibility I might possess. I'm not interested in genocide, Akashaba.
The vampires have various desires, Akashaba, most of them being self-preservation. They want to live a life of debauchery and desire, unmolested and unhindered. Something they're constantly great at.
They're probably fine. They're probably okay, but other ones it seems like we need to get rid of. Akashaba, like,
I understand you.
His face over his shoulder.
I understand what you are saying, but without outright waging war on an entire city, I don't believe we have the hands to do so. Not yet.
It does seem like...
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it does seem like some of the vampiric houses are perfectly fine waging open warfare against other cities, though. I mean, they effectively invaded Borealis.
This is not open warfare.
That was at best a covert action. Hardly counts as open warfare.
Yes, they were marching through the streets.
They were kind of marching through a subset of streets.
There were streets. They were marched on.
It was, frankly, no pun intended, it was rather audacious, honestly, for a covert operation.
Oh, Akashba looks to Flex. Maybe you were right. Maybe we do need those goblins and that other guy. Maybe we just need more hands. And that other guy had like 4 hands.
I was about to say that we have big plans for people that don't have any employees. Regardless, they locked down a single building, right?
They locked down an entire district. They had everybody in that district imprisoned, including the guards.
Out of character, everyone that was in that prison was part of that single continuous building.
Which is the district.
think
all
the
different
district- the
shops that are
district is-
connected.
No, the district is the docks. Like, the docks is a much larger part of...
There's various districts in Borealis.
I got
The
the
Thieves
impression
Guild
that was
is...
like all of the vendors in that area from all of their shops were rounded up.
I'm just saying, it was like 10
true.
people.
That is accurate. At least from that area, all of the guilds that are connected, at least, seem to be... They didn't know who to take, so they threw everybody in jail.
Yeah, that's... Honestly, that gives us a run for our money in terms of home invasion.
Yes, they were amazingly effective, and we threw them in jail instead of hiring them.
I don't think I necessarily trust assassins who are trying to murder me not an hour before.
They were hired to. You hire them to do something else. Not to mention, if we treat them well, they're more likely to be loyal to us.
We
After
should have
all-
seen if any of them could cook.
Vicatus threw them away.
I glares at you, Akashba.
Anyway,
Perhaps if the hiring of mercenaries is something we are considering for the future, we can afford a fresh batch. But until
There's-
then...
It's nice to meet you face to face. I've heard so much about you. I just have one question. I've only been following a little bit, but this moon temple, it has lots of knowledge, yes. But do the moon sages actually... Are they with the moon, like the moonlight? Do they worship it, or do they just call themselves that?
He looks at you. He looks you up and down.
Got lots of moon-like regalia all over the place.
The moon sages do revere the moon. And in fact, see it as their guiding light. Understandably. You must look at Maginox or Polaris as a whole. Polaris is constantly bathed in eternal darkness. Yes? With the only light shining upon it being the light of the moon. And this-
That's not totally accurate. This Akashba guy, he gets real bright all the time.
I was going to, honestly, Scythes kind of took words out of my mouth. Like, I did technically give them other light, but you can see the response was not great, is what I think Yanis is getting at.
The relationship between those that revere the moon, such as your people, he gestures to Scythius, the drow,
Nice.
vampires, shapeshifters, orcs, goblins, all seek solace in the dark, and they look to the moon as their guiding light, something that gives them direction. And for my kind, at least, those who are more vampiric, offer a way to light their way without retribution.
Sai turns to the rest of the crew like, well, this seems pretty obvious. I'm getting it. I don't know why you smart people aren't getting it, but it seems like our direction is very clear to follow the moonlight. We should avoid all the vampires and all the violence and all the assassins and poison and whatnot and just skirt around them stealthily, drop by the moon temple, and, I think you know.
I don't know, actually, if you could explain.
Well,
Oh,
if
absorb
Eris'
the
mother
light.
is already in the moon temple, then we lead the vampires there because she'd have to unseal it to let us in. If she's not at the moon temple, then we're going into Maginox, knowing that House Vicatus has its eye on us. It's not as simple as you think it is, sir.
Yes, but if there is a way to find my mother, if she has sequestered herself onto another plane, the moon temple may be the only way we may get a clue as to where her whereabouts are.
And I think we can be confident and trusting in the light of all forms, whether it's moonlight or Akashaba light. It'll show us the way when it needs to.
It's actually just called sunlight. It's not a cosmic light, but I am flattered.
Well, I find that both light and shadow have their uses and their benefits. Regardless, aren't you all concerned that we're running off half-cocked? Going after this big thing when there are... that against massive opposition when there are these other targets to approach?
Well, when you're small and light, and he gestures to himself, you can usually avoid those strong, powerful opposition targets. We just get in quick and get out quick if we need to.
Well, I do think we need, no offense, Eris, but tracking down more of your house artifacts may have to wait. I think we need to pay attention to what's going on with the slow. We know
Which
now
nods
that
emphatically.
we know now that the orcs aren't the only ones who are exploiting these wearing thin places of like Arctis's protective magic. House Styx was doing so themselves to summon demons and imbue them in weapons. Once they got your mother's heart, that's what they were doing with it. I feel like we can't ignore this any longer. I know we haven't been ignoring it. It hasn't been that long, but Prismata is also waning. And we have to do something. And frankly, Flick's the best lead that we have right now on that is the Ice Library. And whatever we need to do to find our way there, I
hate that this leads us back into Maginox and drags every powerful vampire there straight back to the Ice Library with us.
I don't know that it necessarily does lead directly back to Maginox. I mean, if I can contact Alara, maybe we can set up a rendezvous and maybe with Eris, she can take us wherever she's been hiding temporarily, and we get the knowledge that we need from her. Maybe I don't know. I could also try something else. I could try to contact her more directly. It has more risk to it, though. But if she's actually on another plane, I could try to contact her directly, and perhaps she can give me the knowledge that we need without ever exposing herself. And maybe that'll give us at least a lead?
Rain, you had mentioned my artifacts. And you had mentioned, he looks at the clockwork heart, that another house had another one. What did you find?
I'm sorry. Another house had another... Oh, artifacts?
Yes. Raven's Blood has, at the very least, the painting.
Of the Arctis Borealis. He
Yes.
thinks...
Yes, is it a pocket dimension by chance? Could that be where your mother is, hiding in the painting?
The painting of the Arctis Borealis is a dangerous thing. He looks at all of you. Hidden within the frame of the painting of the Arctis Borealis is a paintbrush. And when pressed against the canvas, it can create a portal nearly anywhere you wish to go. This type of magic, long ago, was banned by the Ascended to keep Arctis safe. But some lingering relics still lie here and there, the painting being one of them.
So we could perhaps use the painting to teleport to the Ice Library.
Eris
is what
holds
you're
up a
saying?
hand. I stressed that the painting was dangerous.
Not to mention, the library probably has protections against such magic, yes?
The reason why this painting is considered dangerous, oops, sorry, I paused it, didn't mean to, is that its ability to produce portals has been compromised, co-opted. We found that when tried to be used, things came out rather than people going in to their proper destination.
Wait. Were those things? Flix describes the kinds of creatures that we found when we entered Prismata's lair. Were they like that?
Eris thinks. Sounds vaguely familiar, yes. But things, otherworldly things, namely demons, trying to enter Arctis through these weakenings in the protective magics that surround it. My mother had to stop using this and had locked it away. She could not destroy it, and searched for a way to help strengthen the weakening barrier around Arctis. And now we understand that the barrier is being weakened because of this slow. He looks at Rain. I feel like this is all connected. I warn you, please, do not utilize the Arctis borealis. We are not sure what will come out. And when the Ascended bound away the magics that could make travel to Arctis via magic easy, they had cut off that connection. He gestures to Shar. She would understand more than anyone, and understanding how the ley lines work. But this, in itself, seemingly occurred at the same time the humans were banned from Arctis.
I feel like we keep coming back to the same thing. We need to contact your mother.
He nods.
I don't know what else. I mean, we could spend weeks researching numerous leads on our own, fruitlessly. But if we can contact her, we could at least be on the trail. And it sounds like our goals are aligned. If she was looking to strengthen Arctis's protections, that's what we're trying to do as well. We just have to be able to communicate with her.
Then it seems like finding my mother is of utmost importance. And on top of that, she can lead us to the Great Ice Library and perhaps access ancient memories that will help us in combating the slow.
Well, Rain looks to Akasha, Sai, and Flix. Is this our heading?
Well, we don't have a better opportunity.
I don't really tend to think all that much about these kinds of things. I usually just wait for you to kind of show me my direction, and I hope it includes, crunching vampire skulls. So it sounds good.
Well, it sounds like there will certainly be vampires pursuing us no matter what, because I think, Eris, you're stuck with us for at least the time being.
Eris chuckles. It is good to be back in the company of friends.
Akashba blurts out, "Oh, wait, while we're here, can I please just have one decent breakfast before we leave, and maybe bring snacks?"
No, I don't think we're done in Borealis yet. We had business here, damn it. We should go do it.
Well, we need to restock. I don't think the supplies that we recovered from that camp will do it. And there are some odds and ends that we need to pick up. We're here for at least a night, I would imagine.
Shara says, I managed to pick up some things from... You gave me a significant amount of money to go shopping in Borealis.
Well, I think we had other business that we wanted to do, though. I mean, Akashba and Harkin, we're going to go find Rowley, and Eris. Welcome to the Audacity. You should go get your things, like, an overnight bag, change of underwear, the essentials.
It might take Eris a little bit of time to set things up so that it functions while he's away as well.
Eris
I was
frowns.
being flippant, but yes.
It seems like the remnants of, the Thieves Guild, he makes air quotes, is no more. But tell me, he looks at Rain, the people who are connected to the Thieves Guild, the other shops, are they all right?
Rain looks to Akashaba.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. They are all safe. Uldred, he like stumbles. Uldred. The Goliath woman is very safe.
Eris sighs in relief.
Yes, as far as we could tell, there were no fatalities, which is amazing.
The Vicadus, they're not cruel. They're just calculating, and they will eventually try and get what they want.
Well, the least that we can do is furnish them with a moving target.
Or maybe most we could do is invite them to be on ship too. I mean, having them on board, having and he does it again, Uldred on board would most certainly help with our food situation. And he like specifically avoids size gaze.
I think we were talking about Vicadus, Akashaba.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about food again. Don't mind me, I'm just hungry.
I mean, Akashaba, if we want to hire more crew, we should.
Eris gestures. If there's anyone that you had procured from the Thieves' Guild that you would wish to bring aboard the ship, I can make them a convincing case. He smiles.
Don't get me wrong, would love to have more company, especially people I like, but it's not as if, they can bring the meat with it. We would still have the problem of... It's really a lack of meat issue, I think.
Eris chuckles.
Well, I mean, and Eris, for all intents and purposes, the Thieves' Guild is intact, and we recovered all your goods. It could be back up and running very quickly. A city abhors a vacuum. If you leave it completely unattended, other underworld forces may arise. Food for thought.
He nods. This very true, Flix. You know better than most.
Oh, maybe Flix is new head of Thieves' Guild.
Well, that would be wildly entertaining. It sounds as though it would root me to one spot, which I'm
Well, can't you do like maybe
allergic to.
Can't you maybe work remotely?
My only concern is that I am loath to leave Eris unattended, at least for this next stint of our journey.
Oh, no, Eris should certainly come with us. I'm just wondering if he has any trusted agents that he could leave in charge while we're away.
Oh, perfect. Great. Yes.
Eris looks at Harkin. Although I hate to say it, they sounded like they wanted to procure her for the ship. Rowley? Harkin looks at Eris.
She's not really good at, the numbers. More of the shooting and the yelling.
Then
Takes one to know one?
She might be a good number 2. Harkin points at himself.
Was I the number 2?
What about Echo? Is Echo part of your organization? She seemed rather ruthless during the hunt.
Echo likely lacks the temperament to handle something like that. Little prone to her passions.
Eris makes a hand gesture. Let me worry about the procurement of my new second in command. Why don't you find the best person for your ship?
Oh, okay, well, I honestly could use the rest first before we go out and about, but since we are going into town anyway, I kind of would like to stay at inn. It's kind of been a while.
Yes, we do have some time. Now that I know that my mother is at least safe, and we have this, he lifts up the clockwork heart. The Moon Temple is safe and sealed, and without me in the heart, they will not be able to open it. We have some time to plan our next move.
You know, Eris, in the meantime, is there any way for you to make the heart work for us? Without, a cauldron of blood.
He looks at you. How long can fairies live without their heart?
I don't know. Do we even have hearts? I mean, presumably I have some sort of giblets in here. He pokes his midsection.
Eris chuckles.
At the mention of giblets, Akasha looks, I'm so hungry.
I believe the installation of this is beyond my capabilities. For now.
All right. Just curious.
Rain will impart. It actually requires the removal of your heart flakes to attune to it and wield its magic.
Yes, it was a convenience that my mother did not have a heart.
Well, I mean, we already have one giant target painted on the back of this ship with Lucaris. I see no reason not to paint a few more, so...
Char claps her hands. Yay, 2 targets.
Really 3, right? Like the heart, plus Eris, plus Lucaris. Really, we're just collecting them.
Us. We've made a number of enemies, right?
Well, sure.
It's fun. Delightful, in fact. All right. To Borealis Tavern, a celebratory meal for recovering Eris from captivity. Are you up to it? He looks at Eris, since Eris is still worse for wear.
Eris is sitting on the edge of the bed, the clockwork heart in his hand. I fear I am not in the mood for celebration. If he stands up, in fact, if you would excuse me, I would like a moment to spend some time with Lucaris. If that's all right.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Don't worry about my rest. I'll stay here and catch up with Shar and Grun.
Akashba looks to Flix. I am all too happy to go, though. Let us go to the tavern.
Indeed. It's good to have you back, Eris.
He nods and waves a dismissive hand.
Akashba is just fidgeting.
Let's go. Rain?
Yes?
Sai? We're going to feed you some real food, Sai. Use it as an opportunity to train your palate. But you haven't had Paprika's cooking yet. You're in for a treat.
Oh, I do like paprika.
Both literally and figuratively, as I'm sure you'll find out. And we go to Borealis Tavern.
All right, very good. Here, we will take a 10-minute break. Be back at 8:15. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. Get snacky, stretch your legs, and we will continue for 2 more hours. Let's go! Be right back. Oh, hey guys, welcome back. Hey, you ever have to recreate an entire scene in 5 minutes because your file's corrupted? Couldn't happen to me. Couldn't fucking happen to me. Oop. My live screen.
Yeah, Christine, I don't know if you saw the chat, but in my head now, moon sages are just the moon and nights.
No, I did not see that.
This would require you ever watching Aqua Teen Hunger Force, which I watched a ton of back in the day. Yeah. So in my head, the moon sages are now just the dumb moon and nights.
I accept this. Why is everything that I have here now broken? So I tried. Not enough memory to open this page, so I just tried importing my old Borealis scene, and it was like it crashed my browser literally every time. So that was very cool. IMO.
How do you even fix that?
Make new scene from scratch in 5 minutes in a cave with scraps.
Just the Tony Stark scene building the Iron Man suit, but it's like, 50% opacity over you building the scene.
Pretty much. So now we're gonna go there and pray that it works. Oh my god, it works! Except for the fact that I have no music associated with this scene. Let's change that. Where are my bangers? I've got
Well, the spicy ramen's not fucking around.
Ooh.
Ooh, where'd you get it?
I don't know, Mitsuwa or one of the other Korean
H-Mart?
stores by us. No, we haven't been to H-Mart since like before the pandemic.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be a couple new ones in Irvine soon, though.
Nice.
Nice.
Bondi's still my favorite, I think.
Bondi? I don't know where that is.
Bondi.
Bandai. Kirikata ramen Bandai.
Yeah, I used to like Sentuka a lot, but I came around.
As you all return from the Borealis docks in Rain's very well-timed teleportation circle, you all find yourself back out front of a very familiar place, the Borealis Tavern. And the warm music comes from the open doors, and familiar faces greet you as you make your way inside.
Barnaby Jones.
Oh, hello, everyone. Rain, Akasha, good to see you. Ah, we have a new face here. Welcome to the Borealis Tavern. I and the tavern keep Barnaby Bixbus the Third. Thank you very much. What can I get for you today, young man?
It's delightful to see you, Barnaby.
Good to see you, Flix.
Nice to meet your establishment and yourself. I don't know. Maybe just some tea for now?
Very good.
It's very cold.
Any particular leaf you prefer, young man? You prefer something minty and refreshing, or perhaps something to soothe you to sleep?
Oh, yeah, the latter. Really strong of the latter.
Very good. Papriko, one chamomile tea, please.
Chamomile?
Rain kind of like elbows Akasha a little bit in the side and like gestures to Rowley.
Rowley appears to be drinking heavily, and she's kind of like swaying side to side in her stool. Her bat-like ears are relatively floppy, and her eyes are half-lidded. She looks sidelong at you and points at you drunkenly, Akashiba.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, hello. We are back from trip. Happy to, visit the tavern, have some good drinks, and hang out with old friends. How are you, Rowley?
For Saithius, Rowley appears to be a female bugbear, with more of a bat-like ears and smaller fangs and a smaller built face. She does have the extraordinarily long arms that a bugbear has, and she currently has a heavy crossbow with numerous bolts attached at her hip.
Sai's just trying to avoid eye contact and not make anything of it.
Rain like stares at Akasha, like the back of Akashiba's head expectantly.
Rowley swings one of her abnormally long arms around Akashiba, her fingernails brushing Rain's shoulder 10 feet away.
Akashiba?
She kind of drunkenly rests her head on your shoulder.
Akashiba.
Rowley?
Where's Harkin? She looks at you.
Oh, I actually wanted to talk to you about this. Harkin, so I will tell you, so let's maybe, before I tell you this, would you maybe like to have work?
She narrows his eyes. Do I dream of labor? No.
Oh, okay.
She sniffs, rubs her arm along the underside of her nose.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to shoot bad guys?
Yeah. Yeah.
She slams her drink on the ground. Yeah.
You realize that you lot are literally shanghaiing your drunk friend. This conversation needs to wait until she's sober. You scoundrels.
And I'm going to spank Harkin.
Spank Harkin?
Yeah.
Oh, Akashiba looks to Rain.
You're hired.
Akashiba looks to Rain basically do I continue?
Rain gives the thumbs up. As far honestly, this is kind of how Rowley always is. TBH.
Akashiba looks back to Raleigh. Okay, well, if you come work with us, you get to work with Harkin because he works with us and lives on our airship now.
Also, Eris is back, so if that's why you're here getting drunk alone, then you can stop
Harkin?
doing that.
Harkin has been with you the whole time?
Yeah, I actually hired him as head of security for our airship. Yes.
She looks down at the drink on the ground, picks up the glass.
And he didn't even tell me.
Yeah, he's very sorry about that. He was actually telling me how sorry he was.
Oh, he's going to be. He's going to be sorry.
Oh, that's funny, Akasha, but I never heard him mention it.
No, he said it to me, in one of our private bugbear conversations.
Yeah, that happened.
Okay, well, so sounds like we signed you up, and all I would ask is if you have to rough up Harkin, just maybe do it in town before we leave. He'll probably be around, so if you could just do it and not get like blood on airship, because we actually do not have cleaning crew either.
She's sniffing under your chin.
Gosh, man.
You leave that alone. He's our friend.
Why do you smell like a lizard? What are you hiding?
What? No, Akashima brings up his hand to cover it up. No, it's just a little friend I make on travels. Why you stay back?
Not a snack for Rowley?
No, it's not snack. Snack, and he points over at Barnaby. Snacks come from here. You ask him for snacks.
Rowley sighs, puts her drink back on the counter.
So the deal is, I join your crew, and I get to beat up Harkin for leaving me in Borealis.
Okay.
And then I get to shoot
No,
bad guys for money.
The word you used was spank.
Yes.
Not beat up, spank.
What is the difference?
Well, the location of the blows, the disposition of your hands.
I assure you the location of the blows will entirely be below the waist.
Oh, well then, well, that aside, we really should have this conversation when you're sober.
Okay, all I would say is maybe we have 1 day grace period where you beat up Harkin, and then, bygones is bygones, and you are happily part of crew and working with us and not beating up Harkin all the time.
Yeah, so come to the Audacity first thing in the morning when you wake up.
Rowley
Or
is
afternoon.
doing math in her head, which is concerning because Harkin told you she was not good at math.
On a
Wait.
serious note, over telepathy, why are we, or not over telepathy, out of character, why are we hiring Rowley?
For more muscle when we're not on the ship?
Just to have more people? Right.
Yeah, what do you have against Rowley? Why are you so anti-Rowley? Jeez,
Oh, I'm not
Rix.
anti-Rowley at all. I'm extremely anti, convincing someone to do something while they're drunk. Anything. That's not cool. Especially
That is-
we're not
that is
abducting her
shocking
to
for
we're not abducting her to the ship or anything.
Flix is remarkably and secretly conscientious where his friends are involved. Flix's outward personality and demeanor and his values are two completely different things.
I'm just saying, in a real life setting, if someone came up to me while I was drunk, was like, Rob, you want to work somewhere? I wouldn't feel like I'd been compromised.
Yeah, but that's a job that you can walk away from, not getting co-opted onto a ship that's going to fly literally weeks journeys
we're
away
not-
from your home.
We're not gonna fly
operations.
off with Rowley while she's drunk.
Yeah, Rain literally just said, come find the Audacity in the morning. The idea is that she'd sleep on it.
We're not going to kidnap Rowley. That's not a thing that we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Kelga, but definitely not Rowley. Come on.
Well, you guys have exhibited questionable judgment regarding what is ethical and what is not, so Flix doesn't know what to think anymore.
I'm
Not sure how to even-
acknowledge,
not sure
I'm
how
not
to
gonna
even
acknowledge
deal with
this
that one.
weird
I mean,
fairy
that's
logic.
real talk, though.
Save it for the podcast, okay? Come on. Okay, so Rowley, maybe have no more drinks, get some sleep, and maybe in the morning report to Audacity and, get on ship and beat up Harkin.
Yes, and you, my friend, you
She squeezes your shoulder.
You should also get sleep, because Harkin is going to need healing after I'm done with him.
Wait, hang on. I am first in line to duel Harkin. She should be after me.
No, what if... Okay, hold on. I have an idea. What
You
if
think you're first
duel
in line
now?
to duel Harkin before me?
What if
Rowley
you duel
should.
now, and whoever wins duel gets to duel Harkin? There we go. Everybody
now,
wins.
that is a little bit antagonistic there, gosh. That is...
What? No.
Yeah.
It's just how Bugbear handle things, you know? Contested strength.
Well-
Society turns into animals, so he's like Bugbear.
And to be fair, Sai, I believe Rowley has known Harkin a lot longer than you, and her beef probably does supersede yours if we're, in a court of law or something. But we're not,
sure,
so-
I totally get that. But on the ship, I follow your orders. Never mind.
Maybe Rowley just come by the Audacity in the morning. We'll hash things out, and we can sort out the signing bonus, as it were, of thanking Harkin or whatever.
No,
Yes.
small note though, if your fight with Harkin ends up with like broken furniture, that would come out of signing bonus.
Well,
Noted.
the signing bonus is the spankings, and that's
Why don't you just
anyway.
think thank you?
That's good enough for that's good enough for me.
That's what she asked for, honestly. Like we can renegotiate in the morning when she's sober.
If Felix opens his mouth, he's like, well, why don't you two just duel for the... You know what? Never mind. I changed my mind.
The Audacity. I figured he'd end up on a ship called the Audacity.
It is rather fitting.
It's pronounced the Audacity.
Audacity!
She growls on the way out the door.
Harkin!
Are we going to regret this? Was this poor decision?
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
not.
Perfection.
Barnaby just blinks, watching the entire thing while cleaning a glass. He has slid another glass of hot chamomile tea with a side of
I
lemon.
try to
Just
hire
ideas.
perfectly respectful and professional employees, and I'm told no, they have to go to prison first. These two
literally
want to
tried to
hire
kill us,
somebody who's
Flex.
adorable and wonderful, but incredibly volatile. No, everything's going swimmingly.
Rowley has been drinking heavily ever since Harkin abandoned her. She's quite upset.
Yeah, what is story there? Were those two like dating? What happened there?
Oh, yes, they are mates.
Oh,
Oh,
What?
Harkin failed to mention that particular
yeah,
bit.
this is not a good sign. If Harkin does not talk about it, I gotta be honest, I don't think he's very committed, especially when he leaves her behind. That's like the real exclamation mark on that.
They didn't
Barnaby
really
looks
ask
down
him.
at the glass. He's a bit of how would you say? A gallant?
Flix looks directly at Sai, and as Barnaby says gallant, Flix says moron?
A gallant.
how did you just read
He's
Bugbear?
a bit of. He takes his charisma to his head.
He was rather enthusiastic to join the crew, as I recall. And, that was really it. There wasn't really much conversation about anything else. He was just really enthusiastic. So, there you go. This is righting a wrong that we didn't know we committed.
Huh.
Anyway,
Hey,
Um,
Barnaby, can I have a big glass of milk? And maybe steak and eggs?
Oh, yes, of course. Let me get right on that. Anything else for all of you? You all look a little tired. Forgive me.
oh, yes.
Long day.
Ugh, long
Yeah,
week.
honestly, about the usual lately. Fire whiskey, steak, rare, and I'd love to see Paprika. Is she alright? We did... Well, things happened, and she was probably worried sick until we intervened. I want to make sure that she's well.
Oh, yes, actually. She's in the kitchen right now.
Oh, you needn't bother her. I just wanted to inquire after her well-being.
Is it too late for waffles, Barnaby?
It's never too late for waffles.
Thank God.
Flix just gives you a withering stare.
This is
Late
this is
for
by the way.
waffles. The very
the fact that
idea.
it's never too late for waffles is just actual confirmation that Waffle House is canon in Arctis.
Goddamn right it is.
Paprika is more than relieved to see the safe return of her husband. However, she has been discussing going on vacation recently, and it's put me in a little bit of a bind.
Vacation?
Yes,
You
both
know,
the Kettle Blacks are actually very renowned chefs. Did you know that?
yes, and it would be wonderful if their cuisine could be sampled by people all over Arctis, wouldn't it, Rain and Akashaba?
Yes, I.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
If only there were a vessel planning to travel all over Arctis that they could occupy and perform the culinary magic that they perform at
Barnaby,
the same time as seeing the world.
Barnaby tilts his head at you. Oh, you're planning on visiting their airship.
Wait, they have an airship?
They opened a food truck airship.
Flix just flies to the corner booth.
Well, yes, they've been working on it for years. And And in fact, very recently, thanks to the influx of the work from the hunt, Paprika's been able to put away a quite sizable sum of money in order to finally finish the building of her airship. I believe it is parked in the Borealis docks right now, but they are planning on potentially leaving within the next couple of weeks or so to fly about Arctis and procure rare and exotic ingredients.
Well,
Oh, maybe we can help look for ingredients for them.
I think we have
Barnaby
enough
looks
on our
around. Who
plate.
said that?
I think we have enough on a plate, Sai.
Who?
Me. We just met 5 minutes ago, and you
yes.
made me excellent tea. Thank you very much for this.
Yes, young man. Scythius, yes?
Yes.
Well, have you visited the Paprika's airship before?
That's not theirs, right? I've only been on one airship, ever.
Ah. Well, they plan on taking their culinary expertise around the continent. I, for one, am excited to see them return with a wealth of new knowledge. He puffs on
that
his
sounds
pipe.
good.
It will be very good for business.
That's a great idea. Why aren't we doing that instead of killing vampires and risking our lives and... Oh, right, the moon. Yeah, we have bigger things to do.
Barnaby kind of looks at you. Ah, busy week.
Honestly, Sai, we can only gallivant around serving people delicious meals for so long before the world ends if we don't do anything, so...
Oh, yes,
You know.
I'm right with you. It took me a little bit to remember the stack ranking of our priorities.
Sure, yes.
Flix watches Sai walk away. He's like, I flew over to include him. And he walks away from me, honestly.
Well,
Akash was like sitting there impatiently, like elbow on the table or on the bar, just waiting for his food and drink.
Ah, well. Here she comes now. The door opens.
Do.
Paprika, darling, absolutely wonderful to see you.
You can barely see her around all the plates she's carrying.
Oh my god, is that Flick's Duke of Cats?
It is Paprika Cattle Black. I
Oh,
use
hi,
Mage Hand to like
everybody.
relieve her of plates and distribute them.
How is yous doing?
Well, now that I see your lovely face and that you're well and happy, wonderful.
Well, listen, I got here your food. Here you go. For you, and for you, and for you. Oh, and a big steak.
Oh, thank you so much, Paprika. I miss your food so
And I
much.
hear you wanted some fire whiskey.
I did.
Here you go.
And your gentleman as well, I hope?
Oh, yeah. Basil's, he's home resting. He's a little stressed out, and he wants to move forward the timetable of our vacation. So, I don't blame him. We could probably stand to get out of Borealis for a little bit. But I like it here, and I like working for Barnaby. So I don't want to put him out. So he's gonna need to get, a little bit of a new chef. So I can go on vacation. She smiles.
Oh, Scythius, it looks like they have opening for chef.
Hey, you want a job? Yeah.
Is this a ship? Does this fly to this establishment?
Nope, this tavern is firmly planted.
Ugh, gross.
Oh. Jeez, I didn't know the locale was, all right. All right, it's too good for former world-class chef Paprika Kettle Black's former kitchen. I see.
Well, I mean, I've never tasted anything, so I don't know the legends beyond what these folks have said, and they're very not trustworthy, as I'm sure you know. Could I actually just bother you for a sampler of some of your top non-meat dishes?
Oh, you want non-meat? Why are you grouped up with this one? She jabs a thumb at Akashaba.
Oh,
Akasha's like digging into his steak.
All right, you want a vegetarian sampling, or do you want it vegan? We could even do a pescatarian, if you like. Are you on keto?
Anything not meat, not red meat, and should be good.
Oh no! What's defining reds? What if it's blue? What if it's green? She looks at herself.
We could try it. I might also need a bucket just in case.
Oh. Have you know there'll be no puking in my provisions here in the Borealis Tavern.
Maybe no color meat is the best.
All right. No meat from the once living. Okay, meat from the dead also probably out. Okay.
Yeah, definitely out. I've tried that the last couple days. That's no good.
Well, I see you all are enjoying your food. My God, you guys are eating like you have not seen a steak in days.
You have no idea what we've been eating for the last week.
Oh, you are all eating like you've been eating adventurer rations. Yeah.
It's been very terrible. By the way,
Scythius rations.
Oh.
Akashaba looks up with his empty plate and empty glass. He's like, "Can I have another?"
Oh, yeah, anything for you, Akasha, but I'll bring you 3 steaks.
Another one for me too, please.
Rain, you guys are paying for this, right?
Let's say sure.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, I'll bring you a nice vegetarian platter. All right?
Sounds great.
Great. She hops off of the counter and skedaddles back. Do.
Rain slides over one of her waffles that's just like slathered in butter and syrup. Here, Sai, you might like this.
Sniffs it and takes a bite.
This
Oh.
slightly crunchy and fluffy waffle in the center is almost magically not suffused with the syrup. It is not soggy and has retained its crunchiness. You don't even know how. The maple syrup is pure, like it has just been tapped from the tree. None of this disgusting sugar stuff. And the caramel notes. And is there vanilla in there? Oh man, like vanilla bean? The tingles that these waffles give you, they're a culinary delight. Have they even invented the waffle iron yet? Question mark? And this butter, man, you're not sure what's thicker, Akashaba or this butter?
Oh my god, this is amazing, Rain. And he just like takes as much as you let him take.
I would eat this every meal.
Yeah.
There are multiple fruit sides of compote, including blueberries and strawberries. And some smaller red berries that you're not as familiar with.
Oh, one more thing is be sure to get Paprika's recipe for dwarven bread. It's the only dwarven cornbread. It's the only thing that Eddie actually enjoys.
Paprika's in the back. She's cooking up a storm. In the back appear to be a couple of animated chef's tools. There's an animated knife, and an animated spatula, and an animated fork. And they're all doing various things like stirring pots, and there is a dust broom that is currently swiffering itself across the floor.
Oh, hey, were you looking for work?
I would be honored. This is amazing. I haven't had food this good in years. He's like still munching on the waffle with berries.
Oh, yeah, well, you didn't have to come all the way back here to tell me that. Why don't you go get comfy outside?
She starts like pushing you back towards the door.
I want to see how you do it. I want to learn.
Barnaby!
Barnaby opens the door. Excuse me, young man, there's no non-workers in the kitchen.
Barnaby, Paprika, please, for the love of God, all the gods, in fact, can you please let Scythius just observe quietly from a corner, please?
Yeah, she already said I was a worker, so I think we're following your rules.
Please let me do the talking here, side. Please, Barnaby, Paprika, please. He calls into the back.
Make me a persuasion check.
God, open character sheet. Time for one of my patented 2s. Close.
Rain leans over and just gives the saddest puppy dog eyes she possibly can to try and give Flix advantage.
Oh God.
Do I get advantage for?
Okay, go ahead.
Puppy dog eyes? Yes. Well, I mean, it's a 20. That's pretty convincing.
Oh, if it were anyone else asking me, I would say, I'm going to stab you. But since it's Flix, all right, come on in. Now you see over here.
Wait, one last thing, Paprika. Sigh.
Huh?
You adopt a small form, sit in a corner, watch and listen and learn carefully without getting in the way or ruining anything. Are we clear?
He turns to Paprika. Is he always this annoying?
She lifts up his hands.
I don't speak ill of the hero of the hunt.
Flix's eyes narrow dangerously.
Right.
Akashica looks to Raid and Flix. If he turns into animal, isn't that against like health codes to be in kitchen?
What's a health code?
I mean, there are literally animals like walking on 2 legs all over the place. Like, what even is an animal, honestly, at this point?
That's a good point. Forget I said anything.
All right, now these things over here, I just got them in. I hear they're called star pomegranates. Here, take one. And if you open them up, okay, now don't take a bite out of it, but you gotta peel it back. You take off the top here, and then you take your knife.
She like whistles for the knife, and it comes floating over. She holds up the pomegranate, and the knife like slices it along vertically about 6 times.
There you go. All right, so you slice it like this, and then you pull it apart and see.
And then she opens it up, and it makes like a very beautiful star pattern in the center. And she takes the pattern out, and she pops it in her mouth. And there's a bunch of also little star-shaped seeds inside of the pomegranate.
And these individually, you gotta chew them for a little bit, but I find that their juice is very good, very sweet.
Oh, that looks awesome. Sai tries to do the same thing with another pomegranate, but instead of using the knife, he tries to cast Druidcraft to get it to open itself.
And it unfurls.
Oh.
Pops one in his mouth.
It's very delightfully sweet, in fact, and they almost kind of want to make you smile. And Paprika's smiling as she eats them.
Oh yeah, they seem to have some
This
sort
is the first time he's...
vaguely euphoric effect.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is the first time I'm having a good time since I've been in Arctis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, maybe nobody just took advantage of the things that you're good at. It seems like you like food, so here, over here. We call these icicle trout. Now, the Tritons off the coast of Borealis love to bring these in for us. They have a very special, almost cooling properties. So if you add them to like a nice spicy dish, they tend to even it out a little bit. In fact, they make a very good dish, almost like a like a stew.
Oh, so like if you took this and then mixed it with some like piping hot peppers,
It would
that
like
could make
even it out
balance-
a little bit. Exactly, a balance.
Ooh, I like balance. Where do you get these? You said the Tritons? Is there any other easier area?
Nope, these an ocean fish. Yep, they breathe in the salt water.
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, and over here I got some of that blue meat. Yeah, since you were talking about the red meat. But I got the blue.
Sai sniffs at it to try to understand what it is.
Make me a perception check.
It's Muppet.
It's fresh
that
Elmo.
Grover?
Oh my god! Cookie Monster, no!
This meat
only
tastes
if
like cookies.
Why?
It's made out of fucking cookies.
All right, now over here, I got a fresh shipment of Arctis ram meat. That's right, Arctis ram. You ever heard of an Arctis ram? They're huge, big old
Seen their
horns.
skulls? Yeah. I think they might be really good against vampires or something.
Well, those little bastards are really good at braving the cold. So, eat some of this blue meat, bo. You'll be good for a while too.
Huh. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think a Kashaba would love that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to cook out the side effect though.
Oh, what's that?
When you eat the blue meat, it tends to make you grow a mustache. Regardless of gender.
Has Akashaba only eaten these? Is this the steaks he's eating?
No, I haven't actually served these yet. I'm still trying to suss it out. I don't know. Yeah,
Maybe I
you
can
wanna,
take some and experiment?
Yeah, you take one. You take one for the learning. Yeah, I paid for these, so you know.
Oh, Rain
What's
said
your
she'll pay for anything that we need to take with us.
This is my shipment, though, so you get to take one because you was a friend of Flick's. But you take one.
Thanks.
Yep. Well,
Wow, thanks so much for showing me. I'll just keep watching if you're okay with that.
sounds good. All right, tools, let's get to work.
Akashaba looks up suddenly, like, wait, does this mean Scythes is cooking my steaks?
I don't know what that means at this point. They seem to be having a very serious discussion about food.
Honestly, Kashaba.
Do adventurers
Wouldn't that
now
be
recruit chefs to cook for them? Barnaby looks at you.
Well, we do have an airship now, Barnaby, and we do need somebody to cook food. That is a thing. We do eat.
Barnaby nods. Yes. So you're looking for crew yourself. Are you thinking of asking Paprika?
Well, I
she has
think
her
when
own
you
airship
said
now.
she was looking for a vacation, it sounded perfect, and then you said she has her own airship, and surely that supersedes ours.
He nods. You may find it a bit difficult to convince her to, well, abandon her dream project that she just finished. He clears his throat, but you could certainly try.
Well, honestly, if Sai can learn a few things, maybe that would be fine.
He shrugs. Maybe they would be willing to at least travel sidelong with you. You know, as a caravan in the air, an aerovan. Yes.
That's a good aerovan. I like
Aero-
it.
Aerovan.
Oh,
I'm going to write that down.
We were heading in those moments when we're heading into danger, we can part ways and they can go elsewhere. It's a brilliant idea, Barnaby.
I am but a meager tavern keep. He puffs his pipe, but I do know a
That's
bit about commerce.
anything but true.
And it does give Sai some more opportunities to learn from Paprika.
You are an owl of hidden depths, Barnaby.
I've heard I'm good for business. He puffs on his pipe.
Okay, well, I am stuffed, and I am going to have to. Well, I have a lot of work to do before I sleep.
Oh,
Meditate.
speaking of which, you two, do you have anything left in the quiver, as it were, regarding your weaker magics?
Rain just holds out her hand.
What does that mean? Does that mean...
What would you like? What would you like, Flix? I have lots.
The magical shield that you cast, the elemental protection spell. Yes.
Be specific.
I believe the incantation is called shield, simply enough.
No, I mean numbers. I know what you're talking. Numbers. What do you want?
Oh.
How many times?
2 of each, at the lowest level.
She grabs it, earring, mutters some words under her breath, and hands it back to you.
Perfect. And Akashiba, if you could bless the ring, he waggles it, so you don't always have to worry about it, and you can concentrate on more powerful things.
Akashiba casts level and bless into the ring.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Akashiba looks at Rain.
Okay, well, with that, I have some studying to do if I'm going to contact Alara.
Okay, I am still waiting for my steaks, and I am concerned by Flix being, or by Scythes being in there.
Oh, Akashiba, oh no, be careful.
I mean, that wasn't my idea, Felix says.
Hello? The kitchen is a whirlwind of activity. Paprika, amidst a storm of flying blades. Forks, spoons, and spatulas spin about her, assisting her in cooking. A boiling cauldron in the corner is being stirred by an animated spoon, and for just a brief moment, you have PTSDs, you feel like these animated weapons, you just saw them! Ah! You just saw animated things at the Styx Manor, no!
Akashiba jumps back and slams the door.
No, it's really okay, Kasha, but you just don't drink the broth until it's ready.
Alright, and we flip the steak and stir the pot, and then we chop, and then we bring the stuff. Alright, we're all plated up. Here, Scythes, why don't you take this out to Akashiba?
Sure.
Please, yep, please, thank you.
Okay. Carries it out behind the bar. Hands it on the bar for Akashiba. I'm learning how to make this, so you'll enjoy it.
You didn't cook this, did you?
Oh no, I cooked
no.
it. I cooked it. Yeah, it was me.
Okay, great. What?
I have an idea. I think I know a way to help you enjoy that steak more than perhaps you've ever enjoyed any steak ever.
Go on.
Paprika's like, you're not gonna put no A1 sauce on this steak, are you?
Do you take me for a monster?
Prestidigitation is definitely the A1 steak sauce of the magical world.
That's true. No. Alright, Kashiba, don't resist. This will be fun. I cast Enlarge Reduce, and I reduce the Kashiba to small size so that the steaks are twice as big as they were before.
What? How long does this last?
Hold on. I gotta do this. Hold on.
What do we just make this man versus food? Is that what just happened?
Now there's a mattress
Kashiba.
Now there's a mattress of steak for Kashiba to eat. He can enjoy steak the way Flix enjoys steak.
Kashiba, you are half the size. You are okay, so you're a small creature now, so you're about Flick size. You look like a Muppet. You're just
with long arms.
A long-armed Muppet, and you climb up on the counter.
You're like the stinky monster.
You're like a small Wookiee.
Did you say steaky monster?
Yeah, cookie monster, like meaty monster.
Yeah,
meaty monster's better because of the alliteration.
The steak compared to you is, proportionally twice as large.
Akashiba, like a small angry dog, starts tearing into a steak.
Oh, wait,
Flix
wow,
does the same thing it is. Isn't it fun?
No, this is terrible, but I do like this much steak, so this is good. Thank you.
Oh.
Go back to eating.
I've heard of stuff like this. I hear they do these kinds of things in Maginox.
Kashima looks up.
Yeah,
What?
so they Maginox, from what I've gathered, as I'm a chef and learning about other cultures, is that they like to do everything in Maginox big, huge. In fact, manipulating size and manipulating flavor, making use smaller so steaks look bigger is a tactic. I think, frankly, is genius. But I wonder, when you's no longer small, are you twice as hungry when you big?
That hasn't been my experience.
Interesting.
Kashima just continues to chew on this bigger steak.
Oh, well, she slaps you on the back of the thigh, Saithius. All right, now you go get in the stool.
Oh, can I watch you make waffles first?
I made your food. You don't want this vegetarian platter while it's hot?
Oh, I totally forgot about it. Your food is so good. I just forgot everything from 5 minutes ago.
Well, yeah, now you's not working anymore. Go sit in the stool and let me serve you some dinner.
Yes, I'm sure it's because of how delicious the food is.
She sets down a massive plate in front of you, and it has various vegetables, all in like neat little colorful piles. Some of them chopped up in blue, and some of them grated in orange, and some a massive variety of rainbow colors. You've never really seen vegetables that look like this. And the sauces that are on the side, she begins discussing, like, now these ice carrots over here, you're gonna want them, yes, with the vinaigrette sauce, okay? And then you dip it a little bit, and then boop. And she begins pairing. Okay, now I don't know if you drink wine, but these go fantastically with this grape rosé. There you go.
Oh, that's Flix's thing, right? Flix, you just drink alcohol all the time, right?
Not all the time, when
is
appropriate.
Alcohol.
Yeah,
Just a
that's
warning.
Flix's thing.
Oh, all right. Well, waste not, want not. She hands you the glass of wine, Flix.
Thank
Anyway.
you, Paprika.
Eat up and enjoy.
Oh, this is amazing.
Do you not drink alcohol, sire?
I don't know. Sometimes, but usually I avoid it. I had some in Maginox, and that things didn't turn out so great after that.
Probably
Karma?
because you had too much of it. Alcohol, specifically things like wines, can be a wonderful accompaniment to food. The wine changes the food changes the wine, they complement each other, they elevate the meal.
Yeah, they also make you sound pretentious.
Do you want to learn how to do this properly, or do you want to be Sai?
I am quite happy being Sai.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Kashima, you make a noise.
Oh, thank you so much. I am very full. I am going to go to sleep now.
All righty, Kashima. You have a good night.
Kashima passes by Sig.
What is that? What?
Good night.
What?
Goodbye.
Why does that small thing have a Kashima voice? What is that?
You should capture it.
Oh.
Perhaps you can sell it to a circus.
Oh wait,
Ava,
Christina,
like,
we don't have the
stutters.
top word, do we?
No, it's super bugged.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to just remove him from the map, you can just assume he's gone up to a room and is sleeping.
I will put you in the stairs.
Nice.
All right. You get shoved in the closet. The last thing you hear, like, when you walk by, Ava's like, is that a Kashima? Echo is currently drinking.
Oh, okay, that was Echo? Okay.
Yeah, it was Ava and Echo.
I just want to make sure it wasn't Kelga Applebottom, because this is hugely embarrassing.
Yeah, what are you looking at?
Hey, you want to join my ship?
Paprika lets out a long yawn. Oh,
Oh,
We're getting in the
one
wee
last
hours.
question for you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for everything you've shown me and fed me so far. But I have one question for a chef of your capabilities. And he pulls out his little good berry stew skin and pours a little glass.
Yeah.
How would you make this taste better? And he just slides the glass over to her.
How old is this?
I think we're going on like 18 hours. Or not 18 hours old. It's got 18 hours of left.
Potency left.
Okay. She sniffs it.
It's familiar to me. These aren't currants. No, these are druid berries. What do these call them? Best berries? Good berries. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we tend not to stock them because they go bad so fast. But,
She sniffs it, tastes it.
oh! Wow, that's... You drink this?
It's kept me alive for a few months out in the cold.
Oh.
We've been eating a lot of that lately, Paprika.
Oh, honey.
Yes.
Oh.
Why do you think I begged you to let him learn at your side?
This situation is way more dire than I could have ever imagined.
She hands you back the water skin.
Solemnly.
Well, if you want my advice on how to make that better, first off, you gotta get some consistency in your casting, boyo. First off, your good berries are all over the place. Generally, when you're casting them, you want to have an idea of at least the basic flavor profile in your head. Because from what I understand, when you're creating these, you makes, a random number. You make some, and some of the batch comes out, and some of the batch comes out, wow! But when you mix them up like this, you got no flavor profile. It's just. So, if you're gonna mix it better, maybe think of more positive thoughts when you're casting, and then stick to one type of berry, not 10 different types of berries. Then, once you've decided your flavor profile, hone in on it, complement it, and in fact, some of your more sour berries might want to add a little sugar. You might want to add a little kick, a little spice to balance it out. A little cinnamon here, a little peppermint there, but never both. Never both.
Never both. Oh, okay.
Ew, you ever try cinnamon peppermint? It's terrible.
We have definitely had both.
Oh.
She frowns.
So, consistency, positivity, good berry. That's it.
Wow.
I ain't no druid myself, but I've tasted them. And you know what? Depending on who's casting them, they all taste different. Honestly, use berries kind of salty. It's weird. Why is that?
Well, we did add some salt and some plants from a garden that I think is supposed to kill people.
Oh, man, that's what that weird flavor was. It didn't even seem like it was appropriate. It tasted like you threw tree bark in here.
Yeah, we kind of did, but this is great advice. Thank you so much, Paprika.
Oh, honey, you don't need to eat like this.
It's that or die.
Wow, I feel really obligated to save my friends from future death. Hold on.
She leaves into the kitchen, shutting the door behind her.
Okay, here's a couple recipes to get started. One, these are going to be good for going on the go, okay? All right. First one I'm going to write for you is a good berry tart, okay? It's a tart.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You just need a few basics, all right? You need some flour, you need some sugar, You need some milk, and a couple eggs.
She writes down all the information on how to make a tart. Now, these are really good to travel with because you can kind of stack them a little bit. But,
Oh yeah, it's like the mooncakes I made, but these look like they taste way better.
All right, so this will give you some good practice. Now, if you don't want something so sweet, you want something hearty. Man, that's tough. But I might suggest that no, salads aren't really good for traveling. Maybe you know what? No alcohol, huh?
I mean, Flix likes alcohol, and looks like the other two kind of do too. Oh, maybe Akashaba likes milk. I don't know. What do you think? I'm down to try to make anything. I just need more guidance.
Why don't we
Are we
just
talking
do?
about goodberry booze? That seems like an excellent idea.
I was just
Goodberry
thinking
wine?
of a basic beverage.
Oh, I see. It's like just a squeezing.
Yeah.
Maybe with a dash of herbs, like
Mhm.
good
She
berries and thyme or basil or something of that nature. That sounds
Exactly.
delicious.
I was thinking a little bit of the basil, and a little bit of lemon, and a little bit of sugar, and not too much water. You don't want to water it down. Unless you're making those salty berries, then they might want to add more sugar. There you go. So this will give you a couple options. Something to drink and something to chew. Enjoy.
Great.
Do you mind if I try that, Si?
Try the salad?
The beverage that Paprika just mixed.
Oh, she wrote it down
it's a
on a
piece of
recipe
paper.
list.
Oh, she wrote it down. Okay.
Can you eat words, Flix?
I'm sure he eats his
I
words
thought
often.
she was mixing. I've never eaten my words, for better or worse.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I will definitely try to make this for you, and you can tell me how you like it better, and I'll keep working on it.
I'm proud of you, Si. Well done.
Aw, character building. Rain, what are you doing in the corner?
Rain is starting some spell transcriptions and prepping to use contact other plane.
Oh. When will Rain use contact other plane?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
She's focused on transcribing the fabricate spell. Which will take her along with her meditation, probably through the long rest. And then she's going to do she's going to try and attempt the thing I sent you tomorrow, and then cast contact other plane.
Okay.
You know, just in case she goes crazy.
Very good. As the tavern
Oh, what time is it?
goes into the wee hours of the morning,
Oh.
Barnaby suggests that everyone get some sleep. Do you all retire to your rooms for the evening?
Come on, Si. Let me show you to our room.
Oh, you sure I can't just go back to the ship? I don't like being on the ground.
I understand, but you're in the Borealis Tavern. It's one of the finest taverns I've been in anywhere. You might as well at least see what it's like to sleep in a nice hotel room.
Okay.
You have to keep your mind open, Si. Experience new things. We can't always fall back on the things that comfort us.
I've experienced a lot, and a lot of it's really bad.
You all retreat to the second floor, which is currently incredibly bugged. I cannot show it.
That's fine. We can presume that I safely escort Si to the room.
And I will return Akashaba to his normal size of not super tiny.
But this is awesome. We should just do this all the time.
It is hilarious.
Rain will leave a message with Barnaby for the others and return to the ship to finish her preparations.
All right. And as you all get a much needed long rest, please, long rest, please.
So we click the long rest button. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Yep.
So Sai would not stay in the hotel room for the entire night. He'd probably do like an elf rest and then get up from his meditation and just kind of walk back to the ship.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
then
ideally start cooking.
the next morning, does everybody reconvene back on the airship?
Yeah, Flix was hoping to collect some gold from Shar, like whatever his share would be. I don't even know how much that is at this point. And I wanted to do a little bit of shopping before we left.
You need to give that list in Discord, and then we'll just consider it done. That's what the shopping is for. You just need to tell me what you're looking for.
Which one is the shopping list?
Treasure chest channel?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm just keeping shared gold there. So if you need additional gold that's not your personal gold, just call it out there. So.
In the meantime, does everybody reconvene in the morning on the deck of the airship?
Yes.
I just want to give everybody like a starting place for the next day. All right.
Yeah. How do I add a spell to my spell book within the Forge? Or should I do it on D&D Beyond?
No, I wouldn't do it on D&D Beyond.
Hang on. I think I found add. Oh, is that create spell? Yep, that's create spell.
What do you want? I can add it for you. I think it's just drag and drop. So.
Okay. Fabricate.
Fabricate. Okay. Fabricate spell.
4th level.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. Fabricate. You convert raw materials into products of the same material. Papa, it is now on your character sheet.
Cool.
All right, one moment, please, while I load the airship deck. All right, tavern music. Enough!
Oh, I still have the AFK button on my face here.
Right, no. All right, let me make it morning here. This music is unfortunately ominous. Not what I was going for. How about... There. That's better. The next morning, you all reconvene on the deck of the airship. And Rain should no longer be AFK. No. Oh no, Rain. Hold on, I'm gonna delete you and re-add you to the scene. Apparently your face is very AFK. You all return to find Eris sleeping in the captain's quarters. And Harkin is kind of standing guard over him. Frank is busily sweeping the floors, while Grun and Shar are discussing Alaris and potentially returning. And they look up and nod as you all re-enter the space. I think I'm missing Sai. Oh, nope, I see him.
Yeah, I just am downstairs cooking.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, hello.
How did you all sleep? Did you all enjoy visiting the Borealis Tavern again?
It was very nice. I missed it very much.
It's so nice.
Waffles.
I do miss the food.
Oh, speaking of food, I got everyone some tarts. Well, everyone that's going to be fighting.
Shar, were you able to secure any healing potions while you were away?
Oh, yes, I secured quite the stockpile. In fact, the potion vendor was very happy to see me.
Great. We can resolve that momentarily, but we need to make sure people are well stocked before we disembark again.
Oh, absolutely. I took full advantage of all of the things that, all of the gold that you gave me while you are on Borealis. In fact, I'm a bit tired, but we can go over everything She points to the desk. I've written down everything that I've picked up. It should be all of your shopping list.
Perfect. Yeah, we can certainly deal with that momentarily.
Damn, that music loud. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. How magical is this airship?
So magical.
Pretty freaking magical.
Magical.
Eris has been sleeping for quite some time.
Oh, he had a rough time. It makes sense. Maybe after sleeping it off, he will feel better.
I gave him some tea to help soothe his nerves. He's had a rough go, and he's got a lot on his shoulders.
Flix, Akashaba, briefly in terms of finances, we acquired a number of adamantine plates off of that Tomb Guardian. I would like to use those to modify my constructs.
Okay.
So she is more effective against things that don't take damage from mundane attacks.
Will it take all of them? Because it would be lovely to use some of those to reinforce the ship as well.
I don't know. I was also going to see if I could also make her have the same type of resistance as the Tomb Guardian that we fought. She is smaller than the Guardian, substantially. She's my size, actually. Almost exactly.
Yes, we've met.
Oh, I say use them for a construct, do whatever you want, to be honest.
But
Not
yes,
really.
anything left over, I would be happy for Esther to put them to use on the airship. I briefly discussed that with her as well. We also have that
Wonderful.
adamantine chainmail that perhaps Esther could put to good use. I don't think anybody here is going to wear it anytime soon.
No, I think our original intention was to sell it or trade it for something equivalent.
But the material may be worth more than the item itself. Given
Indeed,
to
I
yes,
agree with that. I think it makes sense.
I do remember Esther talking something about reinforcing the hull.
Yes.
Which that must have been after her conversation with you. But yes, any sort of rare material that you procure, we can most certainly put to use on the airship. And while Esther might be good at plating, Shar smirks mischievously, I could even possibly do some enchanting.
Oh, well, you should definitely talk to Flix. Flix has ideas.
Oh, what are your ideas, Flix?
Oh, are you talking about equipment?
No, yes, do you have big plans for the ship? Most certainly you're bringing in a good income now, and we should be able to outfit the ship with, well, perhaps defenses? Things
you
to
know,
keep
I was-
Lucaris safe.
There are... Well, for one thing, I believe that you mentioned that there was a necklace of proof against detection. If Eris isn't already wearing it, he should be.
We actually just got another one of those. I believe
Wow.
Eris absolutely should wear it,
Indeed.
if he would like.
I would respectfully request it. Demand it, perhaps.
That is a fantastic idea, actually. She extends her hand, if you don't mind. I could put it on him right now.
Oh, yes.
But aside from that, there's a...
She rummages
there
in the
was-
hold.
I do have ideas. The fog bank that the Calliope, or whatever her name was, cast on us. What if there was a way to disguise the ship as a rolling bank of fog, or hide it otherwise? Seems like it would be a useful trick, no?
Oh, now that is interesting.
If you could put some thought into what kind of materials you might need for such a thing, well, the opportunities it would unlock for us could be intriguing.
Now, Rain may understand my train of thought here, but if we were to treat the entirety of the airship as some sort of magical thing, it is possible that we could enchant it with various things. But in order to create something of that potency, Occasionally, these things require recharging. Let me speak with Esther to see maybe what we could do together. Combine the might of magic and sorcery. No, sorcery and artificery. Yes. Artis sorcery.
Excellent. As far as our personal items, I thought that we required resonant gems in order to do any kind of personal enchanting. Was I mistaken in that?
Oh, no. Personal enchanting most certainly requires resonant gems. Have you been able to find any on your travels?
None that resonate with me, sadly. I think Sai has one, though.
Oh, that's delightful. Saithius, have you put any thought into, well, your equipment?
Well, yeah, this gem definitely did something. It unlocked a lot of the memories of years past, and most of them are not so good. But it did bring back the memory of a storm, and I imagined lightning and thunder, and I opened my eyes again, and all of our enemies were dead. So that seemed pretty good. I think. Looks around to the rest of the group.
No, that says a lot about you, Saithius. And in fact, the mere fact that this gem resonating with you awakened a memory inside of you speaks of your character. She looks at you with a very interested look, almost as if she's seeing you again for the first time. Anyway, as long as that gem resonates with you, you should be able to, how should I say, sing the magics out of one thing and place it into another.
Oh, yes. I think I have some thoughts, but I want to hold on to this for a little longer and see if they actually line up with what the crew needs.
They say that not everyone can have a resonancy with a gem. She looks at you. And you and Akashaba, Flix, and Rain have each resonated with the magics of Arctis, regardless of where you've come from. It's good to see. But at the same time, worrisome. I don't mean any offense. But in years past, it seems like resonancy, and the concept of it, only appeared within Arctis. And now it appears that even those not from Arctis can resonate with gems and the magics within. Whether that's a good thing or not, I have yet to decide. But take advantage of it while you can.
How do we really know we're not from Arctis, or that you are?
Well, for some of us, it's easy. And we were born here, or grew up here, and we have memories of this place. And for others, it seems like they have a connection to Arctis, but not by birth.
So just being born somewhere makes you part of it?
Perhaps even these days it is not so simple anymore.
Well, the old barriers are weakening.
He nods. And I fear that those that do not come from Arctis being able to resonate with the magics of Arctis and these gems may be a byproduct of that.
Akashba frowns thoughtfully at all this, but doesn't contribute anything.
Or perhaps, maybe I'm just grasping at straws.
I can't tell if you're saying if this is good or bad.
I don't know if it is good or bad.
Oh, so it might just be neutral?
It may just be.
Oh.
Well, sometimes the world just has to change. Flix looks slightly guilty. A lot of different emotions pass across his face.
So, not to change subject, but are we planning on leaving today?
Oh, we can leave whenever you like.
Because I haven't seen any like looks at Harkonnen and then looks back and like whispers to Shar. Rowley was supposed to show up.
Rowley? Oh, Harkin's girlfriend.
Like,
Oh, is this? Oh, we're supposed to be quiet.
I think he's kind of like maybe surprised.
It might be, yes. Also, we can't really go anywhere until we have more direction from Rain.
Oh, what's Rain up to? She locked herself in her room again?
Difficult magics, I'm afraid.
Hmm.
They might even be risky.
Let me go check on her. I'll be right back.
Oh, Flix, aren't you going to step in and check on her, maybe comfort her?
Shar glances around the corner. Rain? She
Rain
looks
is-
through the open door.
Rain is concentrating on forming adamantine with fabricate.
Oh! Shar squints.
Actually, go ahead and,
Rain, are you fabricating in there?
You're supposed to knock!
Rain,
Close the door.
Yeah, at least
What
close
are
the
you-
door if
Rain,
you're
what are
trying
you
to
doing?
fabricate.
Nothing.
Jeez. Have some shame.
Who fabricates with the door open?
She's busy.
Somebody who wants you to watch.
Well, I appear to have walked into some sort of magical conjuring, and generally, when I'm concentrating on something, I don't want to be disturbed. I shut the door after some chiding.
You guys
Oh,
hear
I'm
like
sure that wasn't
clanking
distracting at
and
all.
like other like zapping sounds, and like light comes from under the door.
What is going on in there?
She appears to be.
I mean, it sounds about usual, to be
fabricating.
perfectly honest.
She's creating something. And,
Right,
well,
I mean, zapping sounds clanking. Yeah, it all sounds about right.
yes, she appeared to have some sort of metallic maiden.
Like for anybody who
Oh.
looked through the door, you actually briefly saw her Iron Maiden, but like parts disassembled and like floating in air.
It appears our little
BDSM
blade singer's
3PO.
working on some conjuring. Abjury. She blinks as GM can't remember what summon construct is.
It's
conjuring.
It's conjuration.
Yeah, of course it's conjure because it's a freaking summon spell. Okay. A conjury.
I'm still proud of BDSM 3PO, but you know.
I mean, yeah, it is that.
Yeah, it is also that. Well, perhaps we should give her a moment.
Give her approximately 10 minutes.
Oh, in that
In-
case, did I update my spell list? I don't think I did my spell list.
We have a bit. Perhaps we can both wait for Rowley and Rain can finish her fabrication.
I mean, Eris was asleep. She needed to talk to Eris to do the other thing, so
True.
she's gonna do this first before she goes crazy.
Christina, I never
Yeah.
used it. Instead of sleep, I was going to take Speak with Animals for flavor and fun. And I was going to cast it as a ritual so I could talk to this Liberalisk and find out what it eats and how to take care of it properly.
Okay. You do that last night? Sorry, I'm trying to follow when you did this.
I
Because you
never
and Sai went to
actually-
bed?
Sai just tranced in a corner in the room that Flix forced him to go into, and then
So
left.
you
that
didn't
after
take a
4
long
hours.
rest? Are you saying you
I
you
took-
don't take a long rest? Because you're a fairy. You have to. You don't
No,
sleep on
I-
4 hours.
I took a long rest.
Okay.
Oh, Flix did. Sai just left halfway.
I
in the
don't get
middle
to
of the night.
change spells. What I'm saying is that I had to rush to choose spells when we leveled, and I've never cast sleep.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's
shortly
fine.
afterward, I swapped sleep for Speak with Animals.
Yeah,
but
sure.
My sheet never updated because it hasn't been uploaded from Beyond.
Oh, okay. So you need me to add sleep.
Add speak with animals and remove sleep.
Okay, speak with animals. Why didn't you say so? Speak with animals. Added. What level is that? Spellbook.
Level 1.
Speak with animals, and then sleep is level. Where is sleep? I don't see sleep on your
It's
sheet.
also a level 1.
Oh, there it is. Put that in the trash
Actually,
can. There you go. All done.
Sweet. Yeah, I cast it as a ritual. I want to talk to this Liberalisk. Although I guess Flix would be absent right now, technically doing shopping. I don't know how that works.
No, Shar does all
Just-
your shopping.
Do it in the margins. It's fine.
That's fine.
All right, cool.
Hand wave it away.
Rain yells something as someone knocks on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock.
On Rainstore?
No one.
Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, hi, Rowley. He says loudly.
Huh?
Come on
Harkin
in.
scrambles for the door. Oh no, no, no. Bonus action hides.
Harkin knew this was coming.
Bonus action hides.
Yeah, I was.
We
Well,
talked about it. We discussed
I was
this.
hot. I was hot on his heels, but I'm happy to roll a perception check if you need me to.
No.
That doesn't even beat most people's passive perception. It's not even. No.
Bonus
Yeah, but
action
I-
hide.
I fucking crit failed. Harkin, you might as well face the music now rather than later. Come on. Come on out.
Bonus action hide. Hi,
All right.
hi, Akashaba.
Oh, hey, Rowley. Did you decide to take us up on offer to come work on ship?
I did. I found it too good to pass up. Ass up.
Oh.
Where's Harkin?
Oh,
Oh my god.
I think I heard him yelling something about running away from you, so he's somewhere in here.
Well, I'm sure that she'll be super forgiving that she had to hunt you down rather than you facing her directly and honestly.
Fuck.
There's no possible way that will be worse.
Rowley loads a very thick bolt into her heavy crossbow, cocks it
Oh,
back.
Hey, no dueling him before I get to duel him. Put that away.
Oh, don't worry. I won't duel. I just
okay,
shoot.
I do need him alive,
No
Rowley.
talking.
Oh,
Just
okay.
shoot.
What?
Kasha takes a step back.
Uh,
This is probably fine.
Rowley's sniffing the air.
Shar, is this okay?
Oh dear, are you going to stop her?
If you tell me to.
You invited her here.
I did no such thing.
Well, Sai, this is their personal relationship thing. I think they need to hash it out.
He's still a part of our crew. We need to defend each other.
She's not going to actually kill him. They're mates.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Natural 20. Is she gonna cause violence to?
Oh, she's
Harkin?
going to cause violence to Harkin, absolutely.
Yeah. So Side just ignores Flix and tries to get in her way in the doorframe.
Yeah. You seem to be, in between me and the door, little one.
You've entered a ship without true welcome from the proper authorities. Holy shit! What the hell is that? Oh my god! Oh, get it away from me! Get away from me!
Hi, Rain.
Oh, good morning, Rowley.
Hi, have you seen, or have either of you seen Harkin?
She addresses the Iron Maiden.
Ma'am? Question mark?
Actually, no, he was literally right where you were standing when I left this room. He probably went below decks or to the latrine.
For
Do you
what
mind
it's
if,
worth,
do you mind if I
I tried
look
to
around?
convince him to have a conversation with you face to face, but I don't think he's quite up to it yet.
Honestly, just a moment.
Don't worry, I like to hunt.
Oh, okay, well, you know, you do you.
Harkin. Sniff, sniff. You're not
Flix is
Harkin.
playing with that musical instrument that we found.
Bring.
Harkin.
Oh yeah, Rain would have given that to you after she identified it.
We have a stat block for that?
It is an item in D&D Beyond.
Oh.
You hear the unmistakable twang of a crossbow bolt going off. Clang! Ah! Hacking!
Rowley, just be careful down below decks, please. You don't want to shoot the crystal.
Noted. Come here, boy.
Lix starts plucking out a song that sounds remarkably like that Chase song from Benny Hill.
I thought you were going to start plucking out It's Too Late to Apologize.
It's too late!
Apologize.
Rowley opens the door to the latrine, shuts it behind her, and then there is violence. The sounds of just bugbear screeching. No, Rowley! Ow! Ow! Fuck no! My ass!
This is fine. This is fine.
I mean, this is not a healthy way to resolve conflicts in a relationship, but who am I to judge?
Akashiba's standing out on the front of the ship with like a warm mug of cocoa, just both hands around it, just in the snow. Like this isn't something he needs to be involved in.
I don't need to be involved in this relationship dispute. What a good day it is today. Meanwhile, the commotion wakes up Eris, who rolls over in bed. Oh, good morning.
Perfect timing. Good morning.
Why is it so loud in my head? No, it's not in my head. It's... What is that noise? It sounds like two
Rowley
bugbears fighting under a blanket.
and Harkin.
Oh,
They might be fighting under a blanket, actually. It's unclear.
Oh, it literally is two bugbears fighting under a blanket. I've had hangovers like this before. Well, good morning, everyone. Eris stands and cracking his back. What's the
Good
plan
morning.
today?
Would you like to call your mother?
He actually laughs a little bit like this.
Well, would you like me to call your mother on your behalf, I suppose?
I would like that very much, yes.
Great. Well,
He looks at you. What
we-
do we use this? He points at the Iron Maiden.
Oh, no. This was a little something I wanted to do first. There are some side effects about trying to reach across the veil, as it were, so I wanted to get this little bit done, you know, before I risk going a little bit mad.
Oh.
I have no idea how effective Rain's fabrication job was, but her goal was to try and replace some of the plating and replace the claw, like the sharp nails of the maiden, to try and either give it the ability to actually hit things that ordinarily need magic items or whatever to hit, and maybe some kind of resistance like the Tomb Guardian had.
Oh, very good. Rain, your fabricating of the adamantite plates to your Iron Maiden absolutely make your Iron Maiden's attacks magical. In addition, your Iron Maiden will also have a bonus to her armor class. I will suss out the details after this session and then apply them to your Iron Maiden.
Cool.
But yes, your fabrication is flawless. She is reinforced.
Eris, I will be kind of contacting her. She doesn't know who I am, so anything you are willing to share with me that I can impart to her to earn her trust or reassure her that you are safe and we are working to the same ends.
He nods. Why don't we get everyone in here for this? He shuts the doors.
Let's get everybody in here for this. Shuts doors so nobody can be in here for this.
Ikashaba, Eris says from the door.
Is Raleigh done killing Harkin yet?
No, not yet. I feel that punishment will go on for a time. But we have other things to attend to.
Oh, okay.
He opens the door for you.
Frank, would you mind grabbing Sai, please?
Do you want to grab Sai, Ikashaba?
Oh, no, Rain asked Frank.
Oh, Rain asked Frank.
There.
Oh, okay.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, it sounds like two bugbears fighting under a blanket. Up! Aethus.
Shh, Frank. There's a tomb guardian on board. I'm trying to hide from it.
A tomb guardian?
Yeah, it knocked me out. It's very scary, and it followed me on the ship.
Well, where is it?
I don't know. It looked like it possessed Rain. She seemed friendly with it.
Oh my gosh!
Frank runs back. Rain! Rain!
Yes, Frank. What?
Saithius says there's a tomb guardian on board.
What?
He says that there's a tomb guardian on board. Help!
Help!
You don't look distressed at the snooze.
No, I don't think there's a tomb guardian on board. Does he mean this?
I don't know. Here, he takes the Iron Maiden's hand.
Come. Come, metal lady.
He knocks on the door.
Saithius.
Yes, Frank?
I have found your, the tomb guardian.
Is it destroyed?
No, it is under my command.
What?
Yeah, I command the dead. It's my new ability. I'm a necromancer. Ooh.
I knew that part, but... okay, I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
I'm very powerful.
Yeah, you make great stew. But we're gonna make it better, don't worry.
Haha. Here, look.
Oh,
He
God.
opens the door.
This is
Sai immediately pulls out his weapon and squares up for it.
This is the great tomb guardian, also my girlfriend.
This is going very well.
What? Why is it here? Why is she here?
She
Rain, please make it stop.
It's fine.
She's my girlfriend.
Sai, it's fine. She's not going to hurt you. She's on your side.
Frank stares at her.
Oh.
Can she not be in the same room as me?
Sure. I mean, she's here to protect things, so, it's gonna happen, but for now...
So tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm not comfortable with Frank, going into Rain's room with the Iron Maiden, but okay. You know what? We'll let that happen. We'll let that one play out.
It's a real golem, TM.
No! Cursed.
Everyone's just okay with that thing being here?
We do not share your psychotic aversion to metals. Also, it helped
she's
us quite a
mine.
lot.
Hey.
Sai.
Sharp
What?
puts a hand on Flix's arm. Flix, I did not think you were so intolerant of other people's cultures.
Well, when it is consistently wildly inconvenient, I managed to drum up a little bit of intolerance.
She
I'm
pinches
just
your cheek.
contrarian.
You were wildly inconvenient.
That's true.
Okay, so first order of business, Eris, we talk a little bit about your mother and try to contact her. I also think, I just want to throw this out there as a small aside, I think Akashaba, the amulet I gave you, we should also pinpoint the location of the shield guardian that is connected to that amulet. I think that would be a valuable place for us to start heading, at least, while we try to set up some kind of rendezvous with Eris's mother. It might take us some time to do that.
Eris thinks a shield guardian amulet. Where did you find that?
Oh, in the bottom of House Styx. Or maybe the top. Not really sure. We did kind of case the entire place.
Well, this might be fortuitous, but a significant amount of shield guardians actually reside or are near the Moon Sage's sanctum.
Oh, well.
And perhaps if this was found in the Styx Manor, we may be able to find the shield guardian for Akashaba sooner than later.
Oh,
They were a part of the initial defense ideas for Maginox elite.
So, what is order we do this? You are making call to Eris's mother, and then we go to Moon's Age Temple to get Guardian, or what are we doing?
I think we should head to get your guardian. It might be fortuitous that we are heading in the same direction of where we need to go. So full disclosure, this spell is very taxing. It takes quite a bit out of me, and it could take me a few attempts, and I will need to rest between each one.
Oh.
I will also be very vulnerable while doing so. So, hence the guardian. Sigh.
I get what you're getting at. It's gonna take me some time to wrap my head around it.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you can trust her like you trust me.
No, but I get what you're getting at.
No.
No,
Don't think I will.
I don't think I will.
Blink.gif. I can only ask her some questions and get only very kind of basic communication across, Eris. So anything you can give me to try and build trust with her would be most helpful. And if there are any questions that anybody has, they have to be able to be answered with very simple answers. They cannot be long-winded or complex.
He removes the clockwork heart from the inside of his jacket. Here, I know an easy way. He lifts up one panel of the heart, and inside are numerous golden gears and silver dials. Everything ticking and moving in sync. But etched on the inside of the panel are a few treasured words of love. From Chronos Lunesti to Alara Lunesti. And it says, "To my beautiful silver light, my guiding star, forever, together always." Eris hands you the heart. I believe if you would just say this, she would at the very least understand that you're in the possession of, well, her heart.
Is that likely to make her feel more like I'm a friend or more like I am a foe? Because the Styxes were also in possession of her heart.
He smiles.
Unless they didn't know how to activate this panel, of course.
They wouldn't know. And in fact, The heart, well, would not activate for anyone else except for Lunesti.
Oh, perfect.
He looks at it.
Well, that's the first part. Flix, Sai, Akashaba, any questions that we would want to ask Alara? I mean, there's the obvious of, could you help us find the ice library?
Help us save Arctis? Question mark.
That's certainly a question, yes.
How do you tell
Pique my
someone?
curiosity.
How do you tell someone you like them? Maybe she would. Never mind. That's for other people.
Is the obvious? Will she
have
let us
5
in the Moon
questions,
Temple?
by the way.
And where is the library?
Okay, so Moon Temple?
Where's the moon? Or let us in the Moon Temple, or will she? And where is the library?
Well, we don't actually need her to help us access the Moon Temple. Eris can do that.
Well, I mean, our goal here is to get her to talk to us, right?
Mhm.
To open the lines of communication.
Yes.
So don't ask anything sensitive. Don't ask anything that's going to put her guard up. Of course, she wouldn't want to reveal the location of the ice library or anything else, but if we try to convince her that our intentions are good, that we want to help Eris.
Please understand that everything my mother is doing is to protect the ice library, not just the moon sages. The ice library is much more important to keep out of the hands of those who would wish to use Arctis's memories for evil.
So can we just ask her advice on how we can help protect the ice library?
So
Maybe
how about
through
something
that we can
like-
learn more about it?
How about something like this? Instead of asking her for the information, could you rendezvous with us to protect Eris and stop the slow? And then, like, if so, where can we meet you?
Eris nods. That seems like a sensible question to ask.
So that gives us 3 questions. Sorry, what was the last one you had, Sai?
I think it's superseded by what you just said, so I'm good.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to frame it in to, like, get the most value out of the questions we can, so
Yeah, so that's gonna be no help on that.
it's fine. Is there anything else that we want to know?
Yeah, nothing really comes to mind for me, at least.
I'll add a personal one. Is there anything you want to say to Eris?
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, do you know where your husband is?
Do you want me to ask a follow-up there of
Eris,
can we assist?
Eris, like, looks at Flix. My father is dead. This I can assure you.
Well, there are those who were suggesting otherwise.
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's why I wanted to ask. Perhaps she knows something that we don't.
Eris glances at the table, his eyes like shifting left and right. He does not like the implications of what that might mean.
Indeed. I don't think any of us likes where that might be leading, but
Maybe
will
we
be
don't
important.
ask that question then. If it sets Eris off, it might also set Alara off.
Perhaps. He nods. A touchy
but
subject.
Maybe we can revisit that one in the future. Because yeah, I vaguely remember there was some suggestion that he might be alive somewhere for some purpose. I remember that as well, Flix. Or alive, in quotes. So we
Yes.
have 2 more questions. Eris, is there anything you would like to ask her?
I actually had one more question.
Oh, yeah, please.
Do you know what to do about the slow? Or do you know how to stop the slow?
Maybe can the slow be stopped?
Well, that's a yes or no, and if the answer is no, then well, I suppose it does save us a lot of trouble. But if the answer is yes, it doesn't actually tell us anything.
Also,
Right, I'm thinking based on what Rain said, what would be likely to actually get answered?
Are they yes or no questions, or can we expect like short responses?
they are yes or no questions by default, and then up to the DM's discretion, basically. But they should be like short responses. If a strict yes or no would be misleading or confusing.
Gotcha.
So yes or no questions are good. Like, do you know how to stop the slow? I think that's a fine question. Because even if the answer is no, that doesn't mean that there's not a way to stop the slow. It just means she hasn't found it yet.
Well, one thing that I like about that question is that it communicates our desires to her.
No, I like using some of our questions to establish our intentions.
All right. Well, that's the only thing that I can think of. Oh, Eris?
No questions that wouldn't be glaringly personal. Depressing. He looks down.
Okay. Well, I have 5 questions here then.
Honestly, Eris?
He looks up at you.
Not to press you, but what if this is our only opportunity to speak with her?
You're always so pessimistic. I don't get it. We're gonna find her. We're gonna recover her, and they'll have many generations to hang out together. Right, Akashaba?
Oh, I mean, yeah, generally, that's probably how that's gonna go.
Well,
I'm confident this is not the end of House Lunesti, but I do want you to have the opportunity, Eris. I'm not saying this is the last time I'll ever use this spell if you request it, but
I know my mother would do everything in her power to keep us safe. Myself and you all. I want you to be able to get the information that you need to bring her home safe.
all right. Well, here I go. If anything happens or you hear screaming, I'm sorry
But
in
wait,
advance.
what are the actual risks? Should you have somebody watching over you?
yes, would you like to do it here? We can watch over you.
Yes, do it here where we can watch.
Oh, I have all of my preparations in my room. I would feel much more comfortable in a more enclosed space, but any of you who want to be present are welcome. I don't know what the ramifications are. I mean, I have an idea.
Gren is like, I will stay here. This is beyond my mental capacity.
Frank, pardon me. That you're right in my circle. Sorry. Thank you.
Pardon me.
Perfect.
May I take may we go for a walk?
Oh,
I want to show her the snow.
Rain kind of like looks at Frank thoughtfully for a moment. Of course. I don't know how much longer I can maintain concentration. I summon her from a very, very far distance. But by all means, Frank, go.
He flicks his
Enjoy the
eyebrows and
time.
disappear into his hairline.
Okay. All right. Come on, let's go.
Frank leaves with the Iron Maiden in tow.
Ran sits down and she takes out some chalk and completes a few sigils on her her circle, checks her math, and begins meditating on contact other plane.
All right.
Let me check. Let me cast it. It will take 10 minutes.
All right.
And we'll see if it works.
All right. Rain, you begin casting Contact Other Plane, attempting to contact a demigod, the spirit of a long-dead sage. Does Solara count if she's a vampire and a sage? Does that mean she's long dead? Interesting. Or some other mysterious entity from another plane.
She's like all of these things.
All of the above.
Just check. We're going down the contact other plane, like 1099 form.
But contacting this extraplanar intelligence can strain your mind. Rain, make me a DC 15 intelligence saving throw. I was gonna be like, Akashima guidance? Guidance? No guidance? Okay. Ahem. Rain, with a 26, you succeed on your contact other plane saving throw, and thankfully, do not go insane as your mind leaves this plane to traverse onto another, and onto a great flowing river of light. Your consciousness extends into the borealis of Arctis.
As Rain continues chanting, you see her, like, she assumes her normal kind of meditation pose, and she looks like she's trancing, but chanting while she does it. But as the chant continues, it kind of builds in like a rhythm and gets faster. And you see kind of her eyes roll back in her head as she slowly leans backwards, and her legs start lifting off the ground, and she kind of is fully just floating there on her back in midair as this chanting continues and starts reverberating kind of around you, not even coming from Rain anymore.
Char covers her mouth with her hands in abject awe of what is happening to Rain. And she is quiet. Eris watches with a very intense and unblinking gaze that briefly reminds Kashuba, standing nearby him, of the timeless, unblinking gaze of the undead. And then he blinks, and everything is back to normal, as his chest seems to heave with the breath of life. Maybe you were just seeing things, Kashuba.
Thinking.
And Rain,
Having a thonk.
Your consciousness extends to the flow of memory that courses through Arctis. And you find yourself on a raging river, sharing memories and thoughts with thousands, millions of other beings, all jumbled into nonsensical words that flow out of your mouth as you begin chanting this spell. And everything for a moment comes into crystal clear focus as you finally hone in on your target. And you sense the presence of something old, something timeless, and something that has a grasp on the arcane as strong as, even stronger than you. But overall, your consciousness is bathed in a cooling and calming silver light. And you are in this sphere, a protective warm bubble of silver light, floating through an abyss of nothing. And you are not alone. As manifestation of Alarin Lunesti appears before you.
Oh shit.
Who are you, dreamer?
My name is Rain Silversong. I'm a friend of Eris. He told me to tell you, to my beautiful silver light, my guiding star, together forever and always.
The being seems to breathe a sigh of relief. My dearest child, I have waited so long. That is where we'll end today's session.
Oh shit!
What? Lore session.
I'm gonna dump these questions in chat so we can remember them.
You remember back when our crew was just a menace to like the world? Now we're like an extra planner menace.
It's true.
You literally can't escape us.
We're not going to
You
jump
guys
the
are
shark. We're gonna
Mr.
become the shark.
Worldwide.
We are Mr. Plains Wide.
Plains
Dale.
wide.
Dale!
Did you guys have fun today?
Yeah, it was good.
It's
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad we didn't get killed by that vampire lady in the beginning of the session.
Yeah, that was a real reversal of fortune. Like, you know, I fully expected us to just get like windmill slammed, and then she's like, "Nah, I'm good. This is not worth my time." I'm like,
I was
"Oh,
very surprised that she surrendered, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, like, you're a vampire who travels a really long way. Like, you either brought your coffin with you or you left your coffin back home. Like, there's not a good way to travel with a coffin. Like, that's kind of risky. So, yeah, like, powerful vampires like, nah, this ain't fucking worth it.
Yeah, like,
Fuck
is
these
this
adventurers.
worth my life? Like, you guys want this? Nah, I'll just wait it out. Like, you guys will forget this in 20 years.
Yeah, I actually
Fuck it.
did think that was like a pretty good like masterstroke of just being like, well, you're just gonna die in like 10 minutes to me, so I'll just deal with this later.
Yeah, I'll just hang out. Like, damn you fucking timeless beings. That she'll just wait
Yeah.
it out.
That's good. Yeah. I
Does
also
she know I'll be there 600 years from now?
Probably.
Ooh. Yeah, but if it's just Saethi, like, what's the worst that happens? Like, the guy with the sunlight spell is gonna be dead in like 20 years the way he eats.
20 years is optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like, his gut's gonna rupture at some
A
point.
cost of his cholesterol has to be through the roof.
Oh, yeah. There's just
Yeah.
So
there's
much red
nothing
meat.
green in his diet. Like, it's just whole milk, steak, and eggs for like every meal.
Yeah, but bugbears process cholesterol differently. It's an energy source, like fat.
God, I wish I was a fucking bugbear. God damn.
Tell me about it.
10-foot reach, like
Just KBBQ
Extra
every
damage.
meal, and it's good for me. The nourishing brisket.
the
and rice
absolutely
paper.
nourishing brisket. Of course, bugbears are primarily meat eaters. You think they're
It's
gonna
a
die of heart
magical-
disease? Hell no.
It's a magical fantasy world.
Oh,
You can eat
speaking-
cupcakes every day, and it's
No,
like
sorry,
eating
no,
carrots.
no, I don't play it that way. I just play it like Trevor now. I just apply real world rules to make it worse. That's what I do.
Speaking of brisket, those of us that are still in CA, we should meet up and get brisket at Whiskey Flats. It's fantastic.
I'm mad.
You can come visit. You can come visit. And eat.
I'm not.
We should
I'm
plan
not
it.
going anywhere in public for like the next 3
Yeah, I'm
months.
definitely
Yeah.
not leaving
I mean,
the house.
you know,
I'm with there, but like,
After-
let's add it to the queue right after that
yeah.
COVID comes down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that where's that? San Pedro?
Oh, hey, we're really close to San Pedro.
It's like a
I have no
shack,
idea what San Pedro is.
and it's the first barbecue that
It's-
I've had in California
it's
that
Long Beach.
even
Oh,
comes,
okay.
Nice. Okay.
that even comes close to a Texas barbecue.
Hell yeah.
All right, guys. Before you make me too hungry, I am going to go have some dinner. Thank you guys for the game.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you,
you for the
Christina.
game, Christina.
Good night,
everybody else.
y'all.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, that's it for Arctis today. What? A lot done, and we've got 5 questions to ask with Contact Other Plane at the start of next session. And I am looking forward to answering them. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I greatly appreciate it, as always. Please give us a like and subscribe on YouTube. We just hit 200 subscribers. Hooray! People like Arctis. Thank you so much if you've liked and subscribed. You're awesome. We're also on Twitter. We post clips. And we remind you of our 2 games, Kamos, on Monday, 6 o'clock Pacific, and Ascended on Wednesdays, 6 o'clock Pacific. Thank you for joining us for our bonus session. And we will see you again on Wednesday for another Ascended and Kamos on Monday. Thank you for watching, and have a great night.